Live. We're going live. You're live.
Cool.
So
should we do an announcement in announcements? Just like maybe a pingless announcement saying we're live now or whatever. I don't know.
we can do an actual announcements. I've unlocked a role. People want announcements, so
Yeah, fuck that. Let's do that. We're live. We can definitely do an announcement. Let's see. I'm gonna join
your voice. You don't have the loading scene live. You have your setup.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Do not a heart escape from wretched sorrow, permit an ambush by your conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow. Just take it slow, 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 slow. Do not a heart exposed by wretched sorrow continue to employ an overthrow. Give not that windy night its rainy morrow. Go slow, 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 slow. When all the petty griefs have done this spite, at first the very worst of fortune's might, when everything it seems is wrought with woe, compared with loss of you will not seem so. The soul is for sale, so that it may find rest. Does it hurt? We belong in the fire. If truly we are brothers in arms, we know better than the liars. Throne up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Where And we are live with the Code Jam 6 stream for the Winter Code Jam. Joining me is my good friend and co-owner Sebastian, better known as Ves Sapa.
Hello there.
We've got two of the core developers from the Kivy project, Alex and Gabriel, also known as Inclement and T-Shirt Man.
Hello.
Hello.
And me, Lemon, which you may have guessed. I've set up my camera in portrait mode. I had to duct tape it to the monitor to get it to work, but it's the only way that it can fit my entire beard. So, in all its portrait mode glory, we are going to get started looking at the projects, and as we always do, we're just going to do it in alphabetic order. So the first team up will be Amphibian Alchemists, which is what I've got on this. No, that's not what I've got on the screen. So I'm going to get them up and on the screen. We've got Wandering Warriors. Elusive Enigmas. See, they did a clever little name change there. And the reason they wrote that is because I think that they have made an Enigma machine, Alan Turing style.
Yes, they did. It's very cool.
It is cool. Absolutely. And we've got some code up here. Okay. So, first things first, we're just going to look at the README here, which is a pretty big README. I like to see that. We've got a table of contents, actually, with complete setup instructions. I've already set the project up. It even includes specific Windows instructions, which on Kivy turns out to be a little bit of a thing. Can you talk a little bit about that, actually, Gabriel? You have like special dependencies for it to run on Windows in all cases, or?
Yes, actually, because we depend on a few things like as OpenGL headers that are not always on Windows, and some SDL stuff, which are again not easy to build, and we didn't have like a pip package to install that, so we did build some that basically ships the DLLs that we need to run. So as this is a Windows specific, we didn't have a way to do the setup in a multi-platform way. So so it's been improved, and it will be better in the next version. But the installation procedure is Windows is specific by platform right now.
So how would it work in the next version?
Well, I didn't manage that. Matthew Hennighorn managed that, but in the setup.py we have like the flags that you can use to have like secondary dependencies, and with the base and the dev flag, and each they determine, and based on the platform, which external dependencies you want to use. So you should next version you should only have to do pip install Kivy, caret or braces, base under the brace, and enter, and it should work any platform.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. That's interesting. So there's setup instructions for both platforms, which is nice. I have to run this on Windows because Windows is my streaming operating system. It just doesn't work properly with the X. I usually use Linux, but for me, this was very convenient. And there were some teams that did this, quite a few teams that did this, but there were some teams that forgot to include Windows-specific instructions or dependencies in their requirements, and so it was a little tricky to get some of them working. Here's a tutorial for how to play. We're gonna need that, and even screenshots from the game. Love seeing screenshots in the README. So that's really good work. Here's even some background on how the Enigma machine works, diagrams and sources, and licensing. So that's really excellent. Pretty much an exemplary README. So we're going to start the app up and have a look. I have to start it on a different screen, sorry. And it's got very nice music. My co-streamers, you guys can hear the music too, right?
No,
No, right, okay.
no, I cannot.
I don't know how to stream that through to you guys, sorry.
I can enable the streaming myself. Just a little delay.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
Have a quick listen to that. So we've got some settings. Immediately you can control the music volume and the sound effects, which is a really nice little touch. I like the little sound whenever you change. Automatically input the correct text. There's a save game feature, it looks like. Very cool. So let's start.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it's a nice interface. I'll create a new game. All right. So there's a timer ticking down, and presumably I have to decrypt the message or like figure out how the cipher works. Maybe I should take a time to look at the tutorial. It says, in order to start decrypting messages, you must first do two things: configure the rotors and the plug board. In the game, you are given a piece of paper with the machine's configurations. Configure the rotors to the top and the plug board at the bottom according to the paper.
Yeah, I think that will be very useful. Figuring out an Enigma code or setting on the go is not going to be easy.
In 100 seconds, no less.
No, it's
don't-
not doable.
The time is running out while I'm reading this paper.
Yeah. In Bletchley Park, they took years, and in Poland before that,
That's true.
they did a lot of work before they were able to track this. So
Configure the 3 rotors until they match the instructions on the paper. So the rotors say M and Q. So I guess the first thing I should have done was to set this to M and Q. It's actually set up almost correctly already. Maybe I should really have gone the other direction there. So M and Q. It's a little bit of a shame that we can't see the letters here without like zooming in. I wish I could do that.
how is the time limit getting to you?
Oh, it's definitely getting there. So I still don't understand how the plug port works, but you see, when I zoom in on the plug port, I can now like start plugging this into that and this into this. Very
This
cool.
is basically how the Enigma machine in real life worked too. So what happens is those letters will be switched, and you're
Let's go.
captured. Oh,
I've been
game over.
captured.
Yes.
Damn it.
Oh, that's
Well, by who? Like the Nazis?
yes,
Well-
because this is encryption and decryption in battle. You're carrying this machine around in battle.
I feel like 100 seconds before you get captured is a little late to start. Oh, I actually crashed when I tried try again here.
Oh,
So bit
Okay.
of a problem there. There's a key error, none. Is some problem with the clock. Okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. That's fine. It's fine to ship with minor bugs like that as long as the majority of the game is playable in a code jam. I'm not gonna dock you too many points for that. Let's try again then. This time a little bit more.
there was a safe
so,
game there.
J G T J G T.
Oh, you're starting to learn the alphabet.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to plug. Okay, so it's like K into L, O into T, and so on, I guess?
Yes. Yeah, that will swap the letters in the machine.
L, O, T. I feel like I wish I had the paper here on this screen.
Yes. On a lower,
I guess I do
bottom.
have
Oh,
it.
why?
R, Y, N, Q. I can only remember 2 pairs at a time because I'm a terrible person. Oh, what? Oh, there are like not
Yeah, you're just getting old.
N, Q, C, I. Shit. I wish that I knew where the letters were. They're all in like random positions, I guess.
It's 8.
QWERTY, I think. Isn't it just? Oh no, it's not. It's
It's FBG.
Is it the
FBGS.
is it the French keyboard layout? Maybe.
MA.
MAEG. MAEJ, and then go back. And now what do I do? I have to type the ciphertext.
That's way too long.
It's way too long.
G.
GOQI. How this is
I think you
unbeatable.
can type any place. I think they did talk about that. You can type.
Now you've got a save game there. Does that mean that you can go back to and try
That's a good
again? with
question.
the
So like if I
settings?
now go game 2, load,
Do you get
it
additional?
loads
time?
straight into the I've been captured screen.
Try again, and that
Well-
will crash the game, or no?
No, this time it worked. So that was just a
So
fluke.
there's just an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm maybe the time isn't quite permissive enough for this to be playable right now, but it is
Can
a
we hack
very
that?
interesting. Yeah, we could, I guess.
I do remember. People discussing that like it was too hard, and then one of the developers said that you could enter the text very quickly because if you remember there was the settings to enter automatically the correct text, and you let that enabled. So I think you can type any letter and it will enter the cipher.
Okay. I think you can also just use your keyboard to type in a text according to the text chat. We're in a bit of a delay there, so we're seeing your chats way later than we're trying the game.
Yeah, okay. So now I changed this variable that I found, and if I now go a new game, then I get way more time. It still says 100. Maybe I fucked that up. Yeah. There's also
Timer.
config directory thing, so they have some sort of configuration here, maybe. We're probably out of time to play this, but there's a game config here that probably allows us to set. Nope, that's just like other stuff. Maybe the game state. Is this the? Oh, these are the save games.
Yes.
Why isn't this showing properly? I want word wrap. Can I do double shift for that? No, I cannot. Okay,
no,
whatever. It
it's-
doesn't matter. The ciphertext. No, but that's a cool way. Just a JSON save game. And wow, there's a sample save. This one looks correct. Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think this is very clever. Wow. I want to hear what you guys think.
I think it looks cool. I really like Enigma style stuff, and I think it's cool to implement that. I think it's a lot of work to figure out how to do that correctly because you have to look into the Enigma machine itself. So that took some dedication, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's too difficult. I don't think I would be able to do that in 100 seconds right away. So maybe you can have different levels or timer settings to challenge yourself.
It's possible that that it's a little it's tuned a little high, yeah. But it's probably doable. I imagine they've done it once or twice, or else they wouldn't have shipped with those defaults. Oh yeah, probably a little bit more forgiving default settings would have been more fun. In this case, I'm not even sure the timer necessarily adds anything to this app, and that putting it on a timer might not have been the right approach to sort of gamifying their Enigma machine.
Yeah, that's true.
It's possible that it could have been more fun to sort of have this be a mechanic that plays, like if you had more time, have like an overarching story that like you work for, you're in Bletchley and you have to decode this message and it unlocks some sort of clue and then that progresses the story and so on. So you use this to sort of do your part, but yeah, something like
Yes,
that. It could really have been fleshed out into something really cool if this had more time, I think.
Yeah, and I think you could have played with the difficulty level. There were different versions of the Enigma machine in history, and some of them did not have the plug board. And just leaving that one out at the start would make it a lot easier to just get used to the mechanics of the application.
Right. And then introducing one mechanic as like the player progresses. Yeah, that would have been really good. But of course, this is stuff that they might have done given more time, perhaps.
Yeah, probably. It's all within a week, so.
What about you, Alex? What do you think of, say, the art assets and stuff that they used here?
I think it's pretty cool. I'm mostly struck by this app does tons of stuff right. Like they've actually bothered to understand the Enigma machine, work out how to structure that across all these different application screens so you can actually usefully interact with it.
Yeah.
And then you sort of pseudo gamify it. I think you can see on the other hand, they've done that kind of instead of doing some of the styling. Like they've got some really nice graphics on the plug board in particular.
Mm-hmm.
The wheels that turn, but then a lot of the rest of it is kind of not particularly styled away from the Kiwi defaults. And in some cases, there's things like labels that overlap or exceed the bounds of their box, things like that, which I'm sure they would have fixed if they had time, but they focused on making this cool control flow instead.
Yeah, like the UI in the menu and stuff like that is fairly default Kiwi stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not that it detracted that much. I really like the paper texture as well.
Yeah. I think it's really cool, the stuff that they have had time to do. It looks great. It's really nice.
Yeah, excellent. I'm really impressed how well it plays as well. Especially the plug board feels really good to play with.
Mm-hmm.
It just behaves exactly how you would expect it to. And
And if we take a look at the code itself, I think you did a code review, Lemon?
I did do the code review for this. And I looked through, when we do these code reviews, we do them in a couple stages. We look at a couple of different things. All of the teams have received code reviews. The first thing we looked at was the commit quality, by which we mean what kind of commit messages were used, and did the commits contain, we like to see something we call atomic commits. And an atomic commit is a commit that's basically this. It contains only the stuff that it should contain. It's a very specific domain, only changes related to a specific feature or change. So in this case, we were not very happy with the commit quality. But the README is fantastic. The problem with the commit quality was that there's not enough information in the commits. So essentially, the commit messages would be stuff like added settings or fixed style error. And what you would really like to see is that each commit almost tells a story of not only what you did, but why you did it. And if that's relevant. If it's a super tiny change, it doesn't need to have a whole dissertation on what that change is. But sometimes a one-line code could have 40 lines of commit message if there was a serious problem that was solved in that one line. It can be very nice to include information about why you had to commit that line. And other times, something like 100 lines of code can result in a very short commit because those lines don't really do anything complicated. So we've been looking at commit quality, and it's been pretty common to see that the commit quality is low because that's sort of a high standard to hold amateurs and code jammers to. It's a standard that we use a lot. Like in my job, for instance, we look at commit quality where I work a lot. So, but hopefully people have a lot to learn from us sort of being a little hard on that. But overall, we saw that the README is fantastic, like I said many times. There's lots of examples in the code of idiomatic Pythonic code, as you might say. It makes good use of the standard library, using certain features from the standard library. What was it I saw? Yeah, random.sample, for instance, is a cool way to get multiple random symbols instead of multiple calls to, there are other ways you could solve that, but random.sample is a really nice tool. And they've used it, random.sample. Actually, no, I'm not finding it. It's probably imported as sample. Yeah, they've used it to generate the plug arrays and stuff that you're supposed to plug into. And then they fetch the letters to sample from string, another nice standard library thing. So you can import string, and then you can do string.ASCII uppercase to get all the uppercase letters. It's a nice way of not having to have a constant that you have to manually keep track of and stuff.
Overall, it's really cool to see.
Yeah. So stuff like that's cool to see, and it makes really there's quite a bit of KVLang They have a whole KV folder full of KV-lang, and we like to see that, don't we, boys?
Oh yeah.
Those of you who solved it in pure Python are probably writing way more code than you have to. KV-lang is a nice time saver. It's a very elegant way to solve some of these problems. We thought that the variable names were really good. A lot of the time there's full variable names. Let me see if I can find the main screen.
So just to make a comment here, why that works, why that's really important is we're just opening a file right now, and if you look at the code, you can immediately see what it does.
Yeah.
You can read it. The variable names explain what's going on there. You don't have to look up other functions. They have logical names.
Exactly. A variable
really
should
important.
pretty much be self-documenting. So when we see a variable name like floating widgets, I guess that's not maybe the best example here, but we've got plugs and new plugs. We've got plug hole instances. This is very plug boardy. Maybe there's some more generic stuff out, whatever, game selector. Latest game ID. So really like full names, it's better to have 3 words as your variable name than to call this LGI or whatever, because I don't know what LGI is, but I immediately know what latest game ID is supposed to represent. So good stuff with the variable naming. But the code is a little dense. As you can see, it sort of lacks some comments here and there. Like there are huge sort of parts of the code where there's a lot of code and not enough documentation. I would like to see doc strings on these explaining, what they do.
Yeah, so even if it's
Really
just
more
a
words than
very, very simple method, you could have one line explaining the action. That means that you only have to look at the name of the method, and you have that single line doc string, and you immediately know what it does. And if it's a more complex method, just write a multi-line doc string.
Exactly. And here we've got a lot of density. Like here, if I look at load rotors, it would be nice to see these 6 lines broken into 2 groups, because they sort of naturally belong together in groups. So just by adding that new line, we're sort of opening up, giving it some breathing room. Same here, I might break the group before the selves here, just to get a little breathing room into these functions. And when we start to add a doc string in here with some information, and maybe there's a block comment over here saying, set the rotors. And suddenly this function is a little easier to skim and immediately understand without reading the code. And it just isn't so much code in a big dense block. So more doc strings and more block comments and maybe type annotations would have been a really nice bonus to see here. But overall, I'm quite impressed by, there's a lot more pros than cons in my code review, and the code quality itself is excellent. So good work. I think we're going to move on to the next team with that.
Sounds good to me.
We have we've spent a little too long on this team, but hey, it was a good project. So we'll move on to Brilliant Builders. Can we let Brilliant Builders know that they're up?
I think Scraggly's doing that.
Yeah, cool. I imagine that he is. Let's see. Open up the README.
Yes, he's done that.
Excellent. Then I'm just going to expect that Scraggly will probably do that for the other teams as well.
Yeah, he said he was going to do that.
Excellent.
So.
That's very good to hear. Scraggly is one of the admins. You're not hearing him right now, but he is here alongside us. Right. So, Brilliant Builders. You can talk about that, Wes. What do you think of this README?
Is this the whole README?
That's the whole README.
I think that's the whole README. Yeah, I think it's if you compare to the previous one, it's a little bit shorter. I think if you think about a README in a project, you really want to have something that attracts people. It's the first thing you'll see when you visit a project on GitHub, and people will decide if they want to install your application based on the README. So it's good to have attractive README, maybe add a few screenshots in there. I do like that they're a bit playful in their README. It's a game, I think, a platformer. There's a very small description in the README. I think that's nice. You need to have a description. People want to know what they're installing. I did not install the project myself, so I cannot comment on the instructions there. Did they work for you, Lemon?
I believe they worked just fine.
It seems to be using pipenv, and it also mentions how you can install pipenv. I really like that.
Yeah.
And there's a bit about the controls. There's nothing more to say, I think, about this.
One thing I really like about their pip file is that they're using this sysplatform qualifier.
Oh, that's really cool.
So that this, I think what this does is that it only installs it if you're on Windows.
It should, yeah.
And I've never actually seen it before, but I think that looked nice. And yeah, this was one of the pip files that worked right out of the box. If I'm not mistaken, however, let's see. Nope, yeah, they even submitted the lock file, as you can see from the annotations. And we had some teams that didn't submit their lock file, and then when I tried to lock, I actually ran into trouble with resolving the dependencies. So that's a little problematic. So if you guys are using pipenv, make sure you commit your lock file to the repos. I fixed all of the projects now, so everyone has pipenv whether they like it or not. Just because it's easier for me to use the same command to run all of these projects. But that was fine. Many of the people who didn't use pipenv, they used a requirements file. And so it turns out that pipenv actually makes it very easy to convert a requirements file into a pip file. In fact, all you do is pipenv install in the folder, and it just automatically makes everything work. So it's really not much of a problem if you only have a requirements file to set up pipenv. It's a single command. Anyway,
yeah, you do need to be a little bit careful to not include your entire computer's environment into your requirements file.
That's right. If you're making a requirements file, the one way that you don't want to do that is to do pip freeze and then just copy paste the output. That's problematic because when you do that, first of all, you get all the sub dependencies for all of the packages that you've got in that environment. And these are not necessary to include in your requirements. You only need the main dependencies because they will resolve their own sub dependencies when you try to install them. So it's just waste of space to put in all the sub dependencies. And the problem with putting in all the sub dependencies is that pip freeze by default will give you a list of strictly pinned dependencies, right? So that I actually have an example of that somewhere. I believe here maybe. So you would get only these with a strict pin for the exact version that you need. And you'd get like 30 of them at least in a normal environment. And that means that if you add another dependency, then that one has to work with absolutely all of those strictly pinned versions. And so if that dependency requires a different version of some of them, then suddenly your dependencies aren't going to resolve. So it's just a bad idea to pin things much stricter than you have to. You should only pin things to a version that makes sense for you to do. And you certainly shouldn't be pinning sub-dependencies if you can avoid it. It shouldn't even be in there. So be a little careful with that. Pip freeze is not the way to build a requirements file. You should build it manually. Anyway, a little bit of a side note there. Let's run this project and see how it works. Oh, some music here, and here's... This music is crazy.
There were some people were asking with the previous project if you could turn it down slightly, the music. That's
right.
Possible.
It is possible. Just a second.
it does sound great. It really adds to the environment.
There, turned it down a little bit. Oh, it crashed? Yeah, it crashed. So that's fun. Something about a checkpoint happened in the log and then it immediately crashed. We'll try that one more time. So,
They do advise to run it full screen, I think, to see more of the level. So
oh yeah, look at that. Full screen it is. Now I don't know how to get past this.
you have to press shift
Shift.
while running to the wall. Shift and jump.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Ah,
Oh, is this the game where you shouldn't die before the first checkpoint? Because that will.
wait, so what's that shift ability supposed to do though?
It's a fun story. It's a bug fix actually, but initially they did have this bug that when you jump and you touch some block, it did jump infinitely, and they fixed the bug. But then they decided to use the feature, the bug as a feature, to bypass this kind of high obstacles. So I found it funny, but it's actually it's a bug in the beginning.
That's crazy.
Okay.
I don't. Is this it? There's nothing more here to do, right?
Yeah, sadly they didn't took a lot of time. They didn't have any time left at the end to do a big world, so they quickly did that, and I think it's a bit sad because there's a lot of potential here. So
Yeah, I agree.
I would love to see a bigger level of that, but that's all they got.
All right.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they spent a lot of time making it beautiful. Yeah, so looks
Yeah,
great.
I gotta say, I really like this sprite animation on the caveman. We actually added an emoji on the server with the caveman face. I love his
It is beautiful.
enormous eyes. It's my favorite. His eyes are like, 30% of his head.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cartoonish,
Yeah,
and I like his little shoulder movement,
Yeah,
or his
yeah.
whole body movement, just grooving to the music.
and nervously looking behind him.
Yeah, that would,
And I love the idea of having hearts as lives. I kind of wish that I could use the arrow keys. I had to use WASD to move him around, which I guess worked out, but it's a little tough when I need to use left shift and space and WASD, and I can't use the arrow keys. I can control the whole character with one hand.
I was not. The WSD is not great when you have different keyboards. So that was I would really have loved to have the arrow keys myself, because in depot it didn't work at all.
That would be great. Nice. So, who was it that did the review of this? Was it you, Ves?
I think it was actually Inclement.
Yeah, I'm on the list for this one, I think. So I didn't do a review originally, but I've been looking at it before the stream. And pleasingly, I looked through it and agreed with all the comments that were already there, which is always reassuring. I think it's pretty good. For something like this, my first thought is when you're making like a game like this from scratch, it's very easy to just end up with horrendously messy code, right? You write one function, it does everything, and then you add some more stuff to the game, so you add it to the function, it just gets bigger and bigger because you're developing step by step. And I think with Kivy, maybe especially, it's easy for that to go wrong because you have to think about how you're going to work with Kivy's abstraction layers, with the fact that you have to manipulate where instructions are. You're not like doing a frame by frame loop like you would in Pygame. You have widgets, you have objects that you're manipulating. And it seems to have worked out fine here. The code is pretty well structured in meaningful functions, properly separated. Everything handles itself and interacts in meaningful ways. There are nice touches, like they seem to have used type hints all the way through, which is pretty impressive. I saw other teams, some of them, they had some type hints somewhere, like maybe one contributor was trying to do it, but they didn't have time to put it all the way. It's pretty nice to see a full example like that. So overall, I think it's pretty nice, and it seems to work really well. It would be easy to have a lot more bugs than there seem to be. It didn't crash for me.
Yeah, that's excellent. On the type hinting, even more complex type hints like a list containing dictionaries with string and any are seen imports from the typing standard library module. It's really, really nice. And like you say, it's consistent throughout the whole project. I can't see anything without return types. Even the functions that return none have a return type annotation to none, which is nice for consistency.
Yeah, I really like that myself. What I also like is that they're using the Kivy logger to log their logging messages. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool. And lots of nice doc strings and comments. So it looks like very decent, competent Python from where I'm standing.
I think in particular, they really have understood how to work well with Kivy. Like things that are widgets, whether they have a drawing or not, they're sort of well structured. It's not like they've just had one Kivy widget and everything is drawn with a big loop in the canvas. It's exactly the kind of structure I think I'd like to see. That I think works really well.
That's very nice to hear. And I believe that having spoken to some of the team members, that pretty much nobody on this team was particularly well versed in Kivy before this code jam. So to have picked up and written such, like best practice code in such a short time is quite impressive.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to hear that, because that sounds great. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the jam is exposing some people to some new tools, and then that they seem to take so well to them. And maybe, hopefully, this team will be full of people who might use Kivy for a project in the future. That's what we like to see. All right.
So, Lemon, I'd like to ask you a question about code quality.
Yeah.
So, if your function names and if your variables or mostly your function names are already self-explanatory, would you still need a doc string?
I think it's nice to make a habit of always having a doc string. And it doesn't have to be a complicated doc string if the function name is self-documenting, obviously. In this case, like move camera here doesn't have a doc string, and it does what it says it does on the tin. But for me, I like to see doc strings consistently applied to absolutely every function. And some of the time, a doc string might go further than, so the name of the function should explain what the function does, right? It should be an imperative, sort of an exact description of what happens when you run this function. But the doc string can have an opportunity to explain more like the intentions of the developer. And sometimes those intentions can be very enlightening for someone who's reading the code. Very important to include. So yeah, I think that pretty much everything should have a doc string. And if we follow the PEP 257, I believe, then that's fairly clear that you should have a doc string in every function. So the style guide says that we should, so we should do it.
Yeah, I think it's also it also has a practical implication. So most IDEs will automatically parse them, and whenever you type in a name of a function or a method, it will show them, or you have the ability to show them, to show the doc string. So you have a little bit more information while you're developing.
That's right.
And Python itself will also display it in help calls to in the REPL and stuff like that in the Python shell.
Sometimes we can repurpose the doc. It gets stored in this magic variable called doc, right? So this doc variable can sometimes be used by frameworks or even by us when, so for instance, in our bot on Python Discord, we use the doc to display information about commands and stuff like that. So we're fetching information, but we're always expecting it to exist. We're not parsing the function names or whatever, but so the doc gets used and printed to certain places. And if it doesn't exist, then it just looks inconsistent and weird. Can be a very powerful tool. So that's an interesting little bit of implementation. Good aside. Should we move on to circumstantial companions?
Yeah, sure. let's go there. Let's do that.
Probably my favorite team name from out of the random generator, because that's in fact what they are. They were circumstantial companions. The circumstances of which being the code jam.
So let's go there.
So let's look there. Let's see. Oh wow, that's that
Yes,
one. Right. Okay.
it's that one.
We might have made a habit of introducing the members of that team as we go through these teams. Maybe someone should have had that information available, but
The team members, you mean? Yeah.
yeah.
Oh. I can open. Wait. Just you talk. I'll do some research.
Yeah. We'll get to the team numbers for the last three teams at the end of this one. Starting out, looking at this README, it's great. It's got all the stuff we talked about. Screenshots, setup information, sources. We've got lots of attribution for the different images and sounds that were used in the project. We love to see attribution. We had to arrest a couple of the teams on this and tell them that they had to go and replace a bunch of their assets because they had not procured the attribution. We can't be hosting stuff that's been stolen. So to see someone sort of do this without, well, we maybe should have been more clear on that. But it's nice, and you see some of the resources they've used, like stuff like Pixabay, are great places to go and find free resources. So it's not really that hard. Google Fonts has a lot of really good fonts. Most of these are licensed in such a way that you can use them for code jams and stuff like that. Project was easy to set up. Uses a Garden plugin. Can you guys talk a little bit about Garden?
Yeah, I can say something about it. It's essentially kind of an effort to make it easy for people to contribute things to Kiwi without having to make Kiwi's core itself quite big. Kind of motivations both that it means things don't have to be perfect to be useful to people, whereas if it comes into Kiwi core, then we have to maintain it alongside everything else. And also because when you're targeting things like mobile platforms, you really want to keep things as small as possible. Every little helps, because when you're downloading an APK or something and it's extracting on a device, it just turns out they really don't have as much storage space or other resources as the desktop does. So the Garden is kind of just an attempt to make that convenient for people. I think actually we're moving more towards, so we have this Garden tool, you see in the README there, Garden install navigation drawer. So it's just like it grabs the GitHub repository, downloads it somewhere that Kiwi will find it. I think we're moving more towards making these individual pip installable packages, which they aren't currently for historical reasons. Until recently, there's been more work done on that. But that's the idea anyway. You can think of these, you could expect something from the Garden to be something not maintained by the core Kiwi team, but contributed by someone, and it will have its own repository with a README and so on if you want to check out what it is.
Excellent, yeah. Django, for instance, uses a similar model. There's lots of Django applications that they make it really easy to sort of just plug them right in and have them do something. In fact, Python Discord developed a Django application that makes it trivial to implement Bulma as your CSS framework. It's called Django Simple Bulma. Plugging that, even though I wrote it, sorry. And they have also gone for putting them in PI instead, so that you can just pip install them, and so that they're easily managed inside of the dependency manager. I think that's maybe the greatest advantage of that approach, is to be able to put it all in your pip file or your requirements file.
Yeah, I think it's much better to move towards that. A minor context for this one, I think actually they're using the navigation drawer from the Garden. I think that's the first thing I ever contributed to Kiwi like 7 years ago.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
cool.
Hey, it's still useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
So you wrote that plugin that they're using. Nice.
I think so. If it's the one I think it is.
I've seen actually that that's been probably the #1 Garden install that I've seen across all the projects. Everyone seems to be using this navigation drawer. And it looks very useful.
Well, great.
Let's spin up the project and see what it looks like.
So I know the team leader Salt. He was talking quite a bit about the drawer on the server. A lot of people were interested in it.
I think he
there
actually
it
found
is.
some bugs in it, which it doesn't usually surprise me. But they also had some nice workarounds, so I guess that's good.
Right. Okay. So first of all, we've got this. That's the navigation drawer, the sidebar here, right?
Yeah.
And it can be opened and closed like this. And we've got language localization, which is,
Yeah, that's really cool.
I think that's the only team that did that, and it worked beautifully.
Yeah, there's no way for me to check that.
Can't verify how good the translations are, I'm afraid.
No.
There's a way to save a game.
Kivy. I think that's a pre-made save game with the Kivy logo. We can check that out later.
Import that. Well, let's look at the. Yeah, we'll try to play with it first. So
Yes.
you get some slabs of stone, and then you can carve into them.
I really like the pixely effect that you get. All the bits and pieces flying around. That's a classic Celt feature, I think. He likes to do those kind of things.
He loves to do that kind of visual manipulation of complicated sort of visual stuff. It's very, very
Well, he's a
satisfying to play
mathematician,
with.
so
Yep. And I'm sure there's some
Yeah.
very complex maths behind this. So it's basically, this is the application, and it's very satisfying to play with. It just works really well and smoothly. It might not look as smooth on the stream as it does on my computer, but it's quite impressive. You've got this little cute little animated dude at the bottom here. I love him. He's the tutorial. And then we can import a save game here. Let's do that.
importing. Kivy.
Import
Nice.
here like this. And we can make some changes to it and save it here. Give me 2. Okay, and that crashed it because I didn't put an extension. I think I need to have
Yes.
to put an extension in. So
It should have been handled properly, probably, but
yeah,
it's one of those things that can happen.
it's
You
an
have to
edge
code
case.
something in a week.
I
Yeah,
think it's fine.
it does. It does give you a hint. Please put in a
Yeah,
extension.
it did actually say that. So here I've also got a reset button that just resets the canvas and gives us a new type of rock. That's very nice. So we get different slabs of rock here. I guess, wow, there's actually more than a few here.
That's really cool.
And then, of course, we can click here to open the source code on the fork, at least.
I think Salt has been committing additional changes to that as well. So if you like
That
this
might be,
game, it's
yeah.
worth checking out the repository.
Yep.
And just
I'll actually go ahead and post what this source code thing links to in the YouTube channel. No, the stream, I mean. It's possible that you got the link long before you got the context now, but whatever. Anyway, let's... I think I'll just leave this open while we talk a little bit about what do you guys think? Are you impressed? I'm kind of impressed.
It is an impressive project, yeah. I do like the arty twist on the caveman, on the old technology. It's really nice. And yeah, it's technically impressive. I mean, for people who didn't know a lot about Kivy, I think Salt had done some Kivy things before, so it was not completely new to that. But yeah, it's a really good project. And I think Monica was doing the sidebar, the integration of the menus and everything. And so it's really nice work. So really, yeah, congratulations. And I do like the interaction with the rock. I mean, I kind of wish it was more full 3D, like you could carve in the rocks. But I mean, in a week, you can't ask like a lot more. It's really impressive already. So
Yeah, I could imagine having a little toolbar at the bottom, perhaps, where you could choose different types of tools, almost like a paint app, so that you could maybe chisel without breaking all the way through the rock with a different tool. And you could have one that's powerful like this, and one that maybe, does it in squares or something like that. That way you could really get some different play to this. But I also kind of like that this isn't a game. It's very much an app, but it's so stylistic of like these, like an old pixel art kind of style, and beautiful assets all around. I love the graphical user interface and the menu, and that little animated dude who's standing there. Very
It
polished.
actually makes me a bit nostalgic. When I was a kid, there were these drawing apps that were fun to play with for children, where you could just do all kinds of nonsense. It wasn't like a professional editing tool or even like Paint, but it was just fun to play with. And I think this is a lot of fun to play with, to just
Exactly,
create
yeah.
something. Yeah.
So yeah, basically having more like brushes or something would have been a cool way to proceed with this if you wanted to keep going, I think.
Yeah, but that takes time. It's not done within a week.
It definitely does. For a week, this is really an impressive start of something that could actually have been really excellent if they decide to continue with this. I think you could pretty much put it in a store or something, certainly in itch.io or something like that, and people would love to interact with it, I think.
Oh yeah.
It's very cool. Anyway, how'd the code look?
The code quality was. Let's talk about the README first. So I like the README. I like the animated GIF they've got there. You can see it in PyCharm, but if you visit the repository, you can see it's animated. One thing that I would like to recommend them is they've got extensive internationalization in there. They've got a lot of cool features. If you advertise that, that's really cool in your project README. So you've put a lot of time in the internationalization. Just make a mention of it so that people visiting your repository that can see what's up.
Yeah.
What I really like is the attribution section at the bottom. I think that's just great. You really need to do something like that. Just attribute people whose work you've used in a really nice way. Okay, so the code quality itself, if we just go through it a bit, I typically like the variable names. They're very self-explanatory, and that helps a lot. But what I would like to have seen is more comments or explaining what's going on. Some parts are fairly complicated and can be very dense. So if you go, for instance, to which file is that? I think it's the main file where you were.
Yeah.
And then just go down a little over halfway.
Do you have a line number?
Yeah, that's a bit difficult. Yeah, that's difficult. It's the line number is 400. 400. So what you can see there in 404, they're using the OR function or the OR operator there to call multiple functions. But when you're reading that, it's a bit difficult to read. You don't know if they're interested in the OR function. Do they want to have a Boolean result there based on the function results, or are they just using it to call multiple functions easily? So those are things I think you should try to avoid. And they're doing this quite a lot. There are more examples of this in the code. So I think
sort of an anti-pattern, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a bit of an anti-pattern in Python. What I do like is that it uses the inheritance really well. So it has an options panel, and it's really logical to think about an options panel. It has various classes for all the stones and for the chisels and for all the tools you can use. So that's something I really like. It makes it easier to reason about your code. And that helps a lot, actually. So what's more, I think they've used Kivy in a very creative way. I think I don't know Kivy or the internals that well, but I think they had to overcome or use it in a creative way to get smooth, a pixely effect. You can see that in the code. So they really had to work to get everything working. Maybe Gabriel or Inclement can say something about that.
Oh, look at this code. This is very.
Yeah,
This.
I would have liked to.
They in particular they have the choice. They don't use the KV language files at all. I think that's actually deliberate. I asked them about it in the review. I think, if I understood right, I don't want to misrepresent it, that it was mostly because they had trouble with the internationalization in KV, because you have to update your strings based on the whatever locale was being set. I don't actually fully understand the details there. I know that people can and have done internationalization with KV files in a normal gettext kind of way. Fine, but I mean, I appreciate. I'm sure they did hit something real that led to that decision. I do think it makes the code less easy to read. Like, it cements my opinion that using KV language would have been clearer, just for skimming through.
Yes, yeah, I think so as well. I think that the code is there are a lot of good patterns in there, and they use context managers. They use inheritance in a nice way, but it can also be slightly more difficult to read. On the other hand, I do think there's a lot of code in this project. They really have produced a lot of code and a lot of content within a week. So you're also working within the boundaries of a week. And you have a file open at the moment. It has a couple of doc strings. Those are missing from the rest of the project. I think this is the only file that has a few. I would have liked to see them. Ooh. But on the other hand, I really think it's cool. I like how they managed to get everything working, the pixel effect. Do you have a few comments, Lemon? Did you see anything nice?
When it comes to the code, I haven't taken a deep dive, but I think you touched on pretty much everything I was going to say as well. So I like the way that they use object orientation. It's fairly well implemented.
Yeah,
With,
yeah, I think so too.
Both
Yeah,
multiple inheritance and stuff like that is difficult to wrap your head around sometimes. Like the options panel having two parents or one mix in, however you want to look at it. And
Yeah.
It's clear that they know what they're doing. I just wish that the readability was a little bit better. The constants are nice, and yeah, like you said, all the variable names are fairly excellent. And they've
Yeah,
got stuff like
I'm
module
actually
doc
quite
styles.
impressed by I'm actually quite impressed by the amount of code they've managed to produce and the amount of features that it represents.
Yeah,
So I can kind of see why they haven't spent a lot of time on readability yet. I imagine that if you continue this project, that it would be
yeah. I
a
also
lot better.
maybe think that main.py being like 600 lines of code and a bunch of different classes could probably have been split up into multiple files to help a little bit. So often one class per file is not necessarily a bad rule of thumb. It doesn't have to necessarily be that, but at least that the classes that you have in the file is nice if they're related in some way. I guess you could make the argument that these are all the main ones, but I don't buy that. I don't even really necessarily see the need to have a main.py that contains so much data. Normally, my main.py would more or less just contain this and then just make imports at the beginning so that all of the objects are defined in other files and folders and have a bit of a structure for that.
So yeah, but what I do want to say,
Yeah.
is if what they did is they produced a lot of coding content in just under a week, just over a week. So I can understand that refactoring your code, going back and making it more beautiful, has a slightly lower priority if you're working with such a short deadline. You have such an ambitious project.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
and the end result is fantastic. So
Yeah, it's really great.
yeah. Anyway,
I
I
do
think,
have the.
yeah, go on.
Unless you want to wrap up, yeah.
No.
About the organization, I did have the same issue in a few projects. Is that if you don't split at the beginning, if you don't say, okay, main.py is just going to do the setup and start everything, then it's easy to have everything in main.py. So I think they did manage to externalize a lot, but it's easy to fall into this trap of having like way too many things in the main. So and I did want to touch about the internationalization. It's true that there are solutions to do that in Kivy, but they are not well documented enough. I mean, there are example projects that you can find. Not too difficult. It's not too hard to find them, but they are not in the main documentation. So I can understand they didn't know where to look for a solution. So they did this way, but it's perfectly possible to do internationalized project with Kivy, of course, using Kvelang. Not as obvious as it should be.
Yeah, and they only had 9 days, so that they even managed to include internationalization in it. I'm really impressed by that.
Yeah, I think they're the only team that did, and I was a little bit surprised to see it first time I saw that. So,
Okay.
excellent work,
It is a nice.
very impressive. Moving on, I think Fascinating Fools will be the next one. So, Fascinating Fools, we've got a README up here. And I will close some of these. And we've
Ooh, look at
opened
that.
up their main. So, Fascinating Fools. Who is in Fascinating Fools?
So
I did review it.
Yeah, and
So-
the team members, I mean.
I think I've
Okay.
got a chart here, but it just keeps scrolling off my screen. Who are we talking about? Sorry, Fascinating Fools.
Yeah.
I think if this information is still up to date, which I'm not quite sure, I think the team leader was Brooke Atlas, and you had a team of GKM, Narcotic Ice, Bernie, and Guitar. I love a guitar, so.
Nice. Okay, so we've got that was yours to review, Gabriel. Was it?
Yes, yes, I did. I did.
We can talk about the code quality after we look at the project. Let's look at the README here first.
So there's not a lot of things in the README, but it's decent. I mean,
We've got
It looks like
there's
it's extendable. Huh, that's cool.
What are you talking about?
How to add more questions? I'm just looking at the README,
Right,
and
right.
it looks like the application is extendable quite easily. Or
Yeah.
not? Yeah.
I think one thing that stands out though is that this text was the stuff that we left in there as instructions for the team. So having that in your final project, I mean, are you telling the people who will interact with this app that the README is usually the first document people read when they visit a project on GitHub? That seems weird. So this probably should have been removed. And same with the stuff here at the end is also sort of like instructions for you, and you were meant to sort of change this and just put in the licensing information. So ideally, you would have put in licensing information similar to how Circumstantial Companions did it with this like extensive list of where every asset was gotten from. But not everyone's going to live up to that particular standard. That was a very, very excellent attribution in that README. A little short on other content, but yeah, it's got the important stuff. So at least there's setup instructions and how to run it. So let's run it. We'll see how it works. Okay,
Ancient
this is what I'm seeing. I wonder if that's
What happens if you make it full screen?
I think the background image has a particular ratio. I feel like maybe that's supposed to be the window size.
Yeah, so making it full screen helps. But, it's still, I don't know what this white square is doing here. And
there's a full screen button.
that one does
What does-
nothing.
Oh, it does nothing. Okay.
Does the help
I think they
button-
tested full screen, but on a smaller screen, probably.
Maybe. This is a 27-inch or something. Anyway, let's pick a trivia. Alex, what's the category?
Automobiles.
Automobiles it is.
I actually,
Automobiles.
I don't think they all have many questions, but I tried automobiles earlier.
Ready to go? Hit start below.
Hit start.
I
Cool.
just sort of thought I kind of did. Who invented the diesel engine? Anyone know?
It's probably not Rudolf Diesel.
I would bet on that. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
It's Mr. Diesel. It has to be, I don't know. Is it Benz? I don't know.
Oh,
I think Ford was important for the construction part of it. So Ferrari, I don't think they invented diesel. Maybe, I don't know.
okay, let's.
So that leads me to think Benz. Carl
try Benz.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a ball. I don't know if that's a correct answer or not, but maybe. In what year was the ball bearing patented? I'm gonna say that it's probably older than 89. But is
or
it as
80s.
old as 1700s? Could be, maybe. Was it used in like horses and carriages or something, maybe?
Ooh, that's a difficult question. I simply don't know. I've never thought.
I would assume it's pretty modern because you do need like precise manufacturing to do the balls
Okay.
roll nice enough. I think.
Yeah, I think 1700s is a little too old for it to have been invented yet. So, what do you think, Gabriel? 87 or 89?
I think it's older.
Yeah, I'm not whatever.
They had ball bearings before 87, so
They must have, right?
yeah, I think it's probably late. Then let's pick the oldest, the earliest one. No, not the earliest.
1786?
Do 94, just for the
94. It says
Okay.
DD. That sounds like a positive answer. I don't know. Okay, so let's try. We're just gonna have to. Okay, so the Didu is probably the you did.
Oh.
You got the right answer, and now it crashes because of a SQL operational error.
Ah,
I did get the same.
So okay,
did you?
but it
So you can comment out this.
sorry.
You can comment out this SQL request just to see the leaderboard if you want. But yeah,
I probably
it
could. Yeah.
was broken for me as well.
Oh, I see. So that would be on line 371. We've got the SQL. So just comment out the execute maybe then? Or,
Yes, I think it works.
okay, let's try that. And then, oh, wait. I'll try it one
No,
more
it
time.
won't work because of the result. Sorry.
Hmm?
You won't get any result this way, so it won't work. I think because you need
Right,
the
yeah, because
cursor to
there's a fetch all. That's right. Okay. Then in that case, I'll just comment all of this out and return, I don't know. What's rank supposed to be then? Like a number?
I don't know.
0. Yeah, rank
0.
is an integer here, it looks like.
So do rank 1.
Rank
So
1.
Rank 1.
Return 1. And then I'm just going to comment out this whole part. And we have hopefully got it running then. Let's see. Start it over.
It was Diesel.
Was it Rudolf Diesel?
No, someone in the chat just said it was Diesel. It was Vince Diesel.
Music. No. Automobiles. Okay. It was Rudolf Diesel. Ball bearing. 1794. We've got this. Okay. So now, quiz complete. Score is 3 out of 5.
And
Enter
this
my
is not going to
username.
work.
This one's very large for entering a username.
Lemon.
Lemon. And then
And then there's
restart.
just restart.
Okay, so that's a it's a basic quiz app. It looks like they mostly use then Kivy assets or like default skins for stuff and a background picture. So visually, it's not exactly stunning, I would say. But it
No,
doesn't
yeah.
work.
I agree with that. It's very, very default. Aside the background picture, there's nothing specific to this project.
But not every team is going to have a brilliant artist. I think the first
Sure.
3 teams that we've looked at were blessed with people. But then again, there's lots of free art on the web, so it's not really an excuse. You can go out there and you can find beautiful assets without having to make them yourself or necessarily know anything about art. So it feels like perhaps that this team ran out of time and didn't have time to really put the same amount of polish into this as the others, or maybe didn't have the time to dedicate during the event. It's my first impression. It's a little basic. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I was
No, go ahead, Gabriel.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, the app it's a quiz app, so I mean that's not really creative. We've seen like more creative other projects.
Yeah.
And it does. I mean, I'm not sure how well it fits into the theme.
It doesn't
it's
seem
like,
very thematic.
Some
Yeah.
technologies.
It just because it had a pyramid in the background doesn't make it an ancient technology. I suppose you could argue that quizzes
Yeah.
have been around for thousands of years, but that's a really thin argument.
Yes, and the
yeah.
questions are like they don't span a very large. I mean, they don't feel like specifically about ancient technologies. Like
Exactly.
automobiles are not.
No,
Yeah.
and music is definitely not an ancient technology.
Well,
And on the technical side, it was not impressive either. The only part that stands out is that they used an SQLite database to store the questions and answers, so you could manage them, vet them, and extend them. So I think it's interesting. You don't see a lot of Kiwi application using databases, but I mean that's the only point that really stands out. And the code for that is really in line with the rest of the code. It's like not isolated in a model file or something. So it was not really impressive.
You did the code review on that, or?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I think we should just move on to the next team. We have a lot of teams to get through, and we can't spend half an hour on each of them.
the Gutsy Gamblers.
But
I think-
nice work anyway, Fascinating Fools, and don't let yourself get discouraged by a somewhat lackluster review here. I mean, you guys managed to produce something that runs in a short amount of time with complete strangers, and that's something in and of itself. Gutsy Gamblers.
So this team is headed by Bisk, and it has Sharpbit in it, the Strange Quark, Buon Hobo, and Pushfu, I think, or maybe you just have to check. Maybe we made some changes to this team. Bisk,
that sounds
Sharpbit,
about
the
right.
Strange Quark, Buon Hobo, and Pushfu. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. The README here. What do you think of that, Alex?
As I remember, straightforward, but not especially detailed. In fact, particularly, this one, I couldn't actually run the app just to see what it was. And I was left with the README with absolutely no idea of what it actually is. So I'm actually looking forward to finding out.
Yeah, it's like the time controllers and it's like, what is this thing? The ancient clock. So
I
yeah, let's go ahead and run it and have a look. I know what it is.
I think they wrote a special control unit for us to control time, right? We
That's
can
what I've
slow
heard.
down time or speed up time or something.
I look forward to my career as a Time Lord.
Yes.
So,
You're the doctor, Dr. Lemon.
so here's what the app looks like right now. There's a location thing. It's already placed me in Oslo. And it's a guess by IP in order to figure out where I am based on my IP. Or you can input a location manually. Let's try, I don't know. I don't know how to type this. Okay, so I have to enter it as latitude, longitude.
That's difficult.
53.3. Oh, you don't know your latitude and longitudes?
No, I don't know.
Come on, man. Update. Close settings. So, right. So we can set speedy time, and here we can make changes to what the day length and the date iteration should be.
Oh, cool.
So here I've set so that we're spinning through the months at about a month every, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 seconds. And so you can see, I believe that these symbols represent sunset and sunrise. So you can see the arrow going up, so the sun is moving upwards, or maybe that's down, and then yeah.
So it's a bit of a sundial. It's
It's a sundial.
tracking the moves, the motions of the heavenly bodies.
Okay, so it's glitching out a little bit when I full screen it with the time control set really high. It's supposed to sort of show the sun on. Okay, and now this, right? So
Right.
because it like
Yeah, it should go.
makes half of it like nighttime colored, sort of. Now I stopped the
And you
time.
can, and you can see where you are. I think winter,
Yeah,
autumn,
it must
summer.
be. We're in the middle of winter,
So days are short.
and that makes
We're
sense.
in Norway, right?
January. Yeah, and days are short, and we're in winter, and yeah, you've got the 4 seasons here. I really like these icons, which I know were actually created by one of the team members. They weren't sourced from any kind of open source, but the guy made it. And the sunset and the sunrise icons are particularly good, I think. So yeah, that's what this app does.
Oh, this would make a cool widget on your desktop.
Good. What do you guys think? Ves, you got any first impressions here?
Oh yeah, sure. So I like it. It's a bit difficult. Can you make it large again for me, please? Oh yes, thank you. So I quite like the way it visualizes the ratio of day and night, depending on the year. I think that's interesting. I think this time wizard stuff is just for us, right? It's just to be able to showcase what it does.
Yeah. It's just so that we don't have to sit here for 6 months in order to.
So I like that bit. Oh yeah, so it's very cool. You can see the
days
nighttime
getting longer.
decreasing.
Yeah,
Is the
that's fun.
but how does the season thing work? Because I don't see any movement in that.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I don't really get that either. Maybe it hasn't been properly implemented. But now we're in June. I would imagine that this icon or that the whole dial should spin to point at the right part of the season or something like that, and maybe the middle part stays in place, or maybe the middle part spins. But whatever that functionality is, it just doesn't seem to be there.
No, that's true.
Right. But that's it's very, very creative. I don't think anyone, nobody else did a sundial in this particular style. And I've never seen sort of the day and night length visualized so well. So that's pretty cool. No interactivity other than this time control system, I guess. But, you don't necessarily need interactivity in a clock. Who did the review for this? Maybe it was me. Yeah, it was actually me. Let me look at what the review says. Right. Here, as in many other places, I mentioned that the commit messages, while they describe their content okay, they're just not very long. And I gave a number of links that I'll put them in the YouTube for anyone interested in learning more about what a good commit message looks like. You should check out maybe this article. And,
Yes.
But that the project contains lots of idiomatic Python and excellent variable names, makes good use of KVLang. It's got solid object-oriented design, and there's some type annotations and other advanced features. There's some doc strings and block comments spread around that are pretty good. So stuff like that, and that it has pretty good readability overall, but that it lacks some consistency. There are different ways of doing the same thing, and that there aren't enough type annotations to satisfy me. And that sometimes they use...
You're difficult to satisfy.
I am. I require all the type annotations. Here, for instance, there's an example of using a block comment instead of a docstring. This should have been a class docstring, in my opinion.
Yeah, it should have.
And then we can remove this. It's little things like
I think
that.
it's
But overall, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep. All of the
Okay.
all of the reviews, the more extensive versions of these are available, of course, in our repo. We've left it on the pull requests that the team's opened. So if you're interested in reading more about what we thought of the code and maybe learning from some of the reviews we've left, then feel free to go to the CodeJam 6 repo and go search for the team name in the pull requests section, and you will find a full review with tons of feedback, often from multiple people. Moving on. We've got the hormonal hedonists.
Okay. The hormonal hedonists. I think I reviewed that one. So when we're talking about the team members, I don't know how to pronounce this. The team leader was Genevo. Is it French? Maybe T-shirt man can help me out. I'll copy paste the name
I
here.
don't think it's French.
Oh, okay. Then it's just my lack of language skills. Waddle was in it, one of her helpers. And then we have Ma.
Good guess
Sandham, 26. And we have Pippi. Those were the team members. Looks promising.
Yep.
And it's the Legend of Archimedes. So we're going to play with the famous legend of the destroying ships with mirrors. That's what we're going to do. There's actually an image, a really cool image in the README, but it doesn't show in your PyCharm for some reason. It's just a drawing or a painting of the Archimedes legend that illustrates what's going to happen in the game.
Is it now? Hang on. I will find it. 2 seconds.
It's not they did not make it themselves. It's just an asset that's open.
Okay.
But it's
fair enough. Yeah,
it's a cool drawing.
Let's get it running. So we've got. Here's the game.
Okay.
Move the mirror cannon up and down. I want to burn the birds because I'm a bit of a sociopath, but apparently that's
But
not
you can't.
it's not possible.
Oh, so it focuses neatly, burns the ship.
Game is beta friendly.
So the ship starts burning when their health goes down. I think it's below 60% or so, if I remember correctly from the code review.
Yeah, but it doesn't lose any health on its own. It would have been nice to be able to just set it on fire and then sort of forget about it.
Fire and then move on.
Yeah, that
it
could have
does
been a really
burn.
cool feature. Now it's impossible for me to hit that bottom guy.
Oh,
He seems to be in a part that I don't have access to, so I guess I'm gonna die.
oh, there you went. No, that's destroying the upper guy.
Is there any damage, like visual damage on the castle happening? Oh, there, suddenly he was in line again.
No, I don't see damage to your castle, or I just see the focusing
Yeah, okay.
the beam.
So, I think that this works fairly well. All these ships now are unavailable because I can't. Oh well, okay. If I go up, I am actually focusing on them. Is the mirror working right? High score. Nice font.
So it's a lane management game. So you need to. It's like Plants vs Zombies, I think it
Yeah,
was.
that's pretty much it. It's a fairly
Never
functional bit of gaming in the time.
I
they've
like
had.
I like the waves animation. I
Yeah?
like the style. Yeah. How does it play? What's your experience playing it?
I guess it plays okay, but it's a little like it's not obvious where the lanes are or how the array corresponds to the lanes. So it can feel a little bit like clumsy to control, because I feel like I have to move the mirror further down in order to focus on the ships that are below the array, but then I actually have to go up. So it could probably do with some user experience polish so that it was obvious where it was pointing, or to have the lanes be more like clear. But overall it controls okay. I guess I think that these ships maybe have too much health, and I would have liked to see different kinds of enemies if possible. And
Well, I read in
or
the source
different
code
kinds of health.
that there wasn't there should have been, or there is code for a golden ship
Yeah.
with a
Oh,
different kind of behavior.
I see that right here. So and there's less damage for golden ships than brown ships, and that sounds
Yes.
fun. So I wish it was in the actual game, because I'm only seeing one kind of ship.
Maybe it is if you get better at playing at it.
Maybe.
Die.
I am really bad at it, so maybe that's on me. Who had the code for this?
I did a code review. Yes. So that's why. Actually, if looking at the code, it's really good, because if you look at the inheritance they used, so they defined base classes, and then they used that to make their moving widgets, and then they used those to create different kinds of ships, and it makes it really easy for code reuse. So here, I think, let me just zoom in my screen because I cannot really read it. This is the light race, but they've got in a ship one. So first of all, in the entity file, they define certain types of entities, like a stationary and a moving entity. And then if you go to the ships file, the ships.py, you can see that they then specialize the moving entity into a brown ship and a golden ship.
Yeah.
And this is actually a really cool way to use inheritance. You've got a single inheritance line, so you don't have multiple inheritance and stuff like that. But you don't have to implement every feature for every ship you're going to create. You can reuse your old code. The code mostly looks clear, but what I'm missing here is doc strings. Most of the functions are not very complicated, but it's nice to be able to see what's going on. And they actually have block comments before their methods in the file you were just in. And those should have been doc strings. So here you can see. Yeah,
Classic.
those should have just been doc strings. But on the other hand, ignoring the P1 and the P1 in this file, which are points, most of the variable names are just very clear. They've got things like mirror, axis, angle, ship, shape, is anchored or not, cannonball, on launch cannonball.
I really like when booleans are given names that so is anchored, right? That way, if I want to write a condition, I can do if self is anchored, and it reads almost
that's really cool.
It reads almost like English, right? If it is anchored, do this. That's a really nice, and has launched is another example of that. So that's really good, like Boolean naming hygiene there.
Yeah. So what I really like as well is they use the Kivy events. How do you call that? Distributor? No, events something. So they have stuff like on launch cannonball, and then they can dispatch an event for that, and then everything that wants to listen to that event can patch into that.
Right. So an observer pattern.
Yeah. So it really makes the code readable. It just shows this ship is going to do this when this happens, and that's really great. I really like it.
It's pretty common to implement an observer pattern for game logics. You'll see that in a lot of games, although it's not a pattern that you see that often in Python because it doesn't necessarily lend itself that much to subscribing to events and stuff. But maybe Kivy has some facilities to make that
Yeah,
easier?
it has an event dispatcher class, and they subclass that. So their main Kivy classes they use, they're subclasses of that.
Right.
So they can dispatch the events. And I think it's becoming more common with async IO being used more and more. That also has an events-based system you can use. So
one thing I
then
see
a
in
little
this
bit.
ship's very small aside. Here, Golden Ship is inheriting from Brown Ship.
Yes.
I kind of wish that that we had factored out, say, all of these commonalities here into a class that was just
Base
like
ship.
generic ship or something, or base ship, right? And then Brown Ship and Gold Ship could both inherit from that and only make the changes that it needed to make, and so on. Tiny little, object orientation. I mean, just
Yeah, so
nitpicking.
you have leave nodes or leave classes for your final actual classes. But actually the way they do it is very similar to Django. Django does it all the time. So you have a file widget or a file field in your model, and then the image field inherits from the file field. So it's not an uncommon pattern to do it like they did it, but
Okay.
I guess this would work as well.
Yeah, that's my preferred way to do this, but that's just me. I also really like that they're using like Repr to be able to print these properly into the console. I've got the console open here, and you can see sort of the class names being printed in with the lane ID here, so that the log is more readable by making use of these special methods in Python. That shows that you understand to some degree how Python works when you're using classes with special methods implemented. It's very idiomatic. So nice work on that.
So, if we need to, I need to give them some advice as well. I think the commit quality could have been slightly clearer. It's okay, the commit quality, but I think there are a couple of commits that probably should have been rebased before pushing to the remote repository. So what you want to do in general is you want to make sure that your local commit history is clean, is as you want it to be, and then you push to the remote repository. So that prevents you from making multiple consecutive commits that actually do pretty much the same thing or work in a related feature. So you can still commit work in progress locally, and then you clean it up, and then you push it to the remote repository. Because for the reader, it's not really interesting to see in which order you did it. You just want the atomic commits to be visible and documented.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds
But
reasonable.
that's just, yeah.
Okay, I think that maybe we should take a 5-minute break, get some water, and
Yes.
come back. For the next team up will be Inquisitive Investigators. So let's let them know what's up, and then we'll take 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. Do not a heart escape from wretched sorrow, permit an ambush by your conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow. Just take it slow, 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 slow. Do not a heart exposed by wretched sorrow continue to employ an overthrow. Give not that windy night its rainy morrow. Go slow, 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 slow. and all the petty griefs have done this by. At first, the very worst of fortune's might, when everything it seems is wrought with woe, compared with loss of you will not seem so. The soul is for sale, so that it may find rest. Does it hurt? We belong in the fire. If truly we are brothers in arms, we know better than the liars. Thrown up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Wear a crown of grace, never leave a trace, quietly embrace, leave some breathing space. Thrown up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Take a look around, welcome to the show. You better slow down, this joint's gonna blow. Maybe read a good book instead, so you don't end up losing your head. Oh my, when it feels good, it feels good. I don't ever wanna let it go, no, I never wanna let it go. No, I'm not a doctor, so what do I do to get a little bit of this inside of you? Now maybe destroy that baby in a couple of ways. Walked 100 miles, and now we're finally here. I never thought we'd bring it home within the year. Time to settle in and do it right, while the beauty slices through that dark night. I've been thinking about you lately, and I'm feeling like we're ready to arrive. I'm just worried about your safety, and I'm trying to make sure everybody stays alive. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby all up in your face. We'll destroy that baby in a million ways. We'll launch our baby into outer space. Gonna be all over town. We'll destroy that baby at a comfortable pace. When Pride Party. And we are back. Now it's time to have a look at the inquisitive investigators. And I've got their README up here on the right. Who was the reviewer for that, and who's a member of the team?
Inclement.
Yeah, well, the README is pretty good. I think it has the key screenshot at the top, which I think you've got to have, right? Like, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks great.
It tells you what it actually is. Always appreciated. It tells you how to install it. Seems like the Holy Trinity to me.
Yeah, that's right. It even has our ancient technology artwork at the bottom there, which I don't know why. Did our original have that, or did they just put that in? I like it anyway.
Our main README has it, but not the team README. I don't think I put that in.
So they probably added that as a sort of a footer on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're looking at here is, I guess, a sort of command line utility, and be able to experience what it was like to browse files and directories on your computer in the olden days. Built-in editor. So yeah, I think that that's going to be a little embarrassing for me, because I'm going to have to go through all my files and look at my stuff, but we will give it a try. Nope. That was the Legend of Archimedes. Sorry. Forgot to CD into the right folder.
So you're already failing with your command line, Foo.
Yeah. It doesn't set a good precedent.
No.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. That's nostalgia.
It's beautiful.
So old school.
Shows my age, doesn't it?
Right. I kind of want to, since I'm on Windows, I wonder how well this is going to work. Can I use LS? I can. But it seems like I'm in the folder for this team, and that's fine. We've got here, I might need to look at the feature list while I'm using this app, so I'm going to move the README over, or I'm going to open it somewhere. I'll just do this. Okay. Stick it in place. Right, so we've got that, and then so this thing up here, does this work? Can I click on this, or is it just showing? Because it's showing a different folder than the one that I'm currently in, which is a little confusing. Maybe I just don't understand how to use it. Let's try the editor. How do I use the editor? Can I like nano or something? No, no file completion. No nano. Maybe there's some way to get the information by interacting.
Yes.
So view 1, 2. I think nano seems to not have worked so well. I mean, I don't even know where I
I
am
think it
anymore.
actually spawns the process. I think
Oh.
it spawns the process, so you don't want to use.
That might be. Yeah. Okay.
So
I'm going to try to use the navigation at the bottom to.
There's a
edit the file.
built-in editor tool, and it's what?
Yeah, well, it
Did you
looks
already think?
here at the bottom. You have like some numbers. So how do I access these?
I think the intention is like if you select a file and then press a number, or click the menu at the bottom.
Okay.
So if you ignore the command line thing and just click on the blue windows.
Well, can I click on the blue windows because they don't?
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I can. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
can't go back because this is like. But then what I really want to do is go to a different drive because this isn't the right drive. But whatever. I guess they don't have that implemented. So I have to take a chance and just open some ini file here, I guess. I don't. Not a directory.
Risky.
So if I do this, I can then view a photo.
You've got a split view.
Oh, it when it says view, it means images.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So
Okay,
this
I
doesn't.
get it.
Okay. Escape. There's an edit. That's the other. It's the one option. Edit. And then you can.
Huh?
If you there's also one
Or an
option, and it
edit,
will
yeah.
open
Edit.
a text
Okay,
editor.
let's try the edit. Okay.
Probably encoding.
Maybe.
Maybe just an odd file.
Let me
this is
open
part of the nostalgia.
up here, and I'll have a look at. Let's see. So I can. This is the downside of having something like this. Is I'm streaming, so I'm not sure how safe I feel navigating through all my files.
You can open the .kv directory as a on the left, on the right, sorry, on the right.
Yeah, there we go. There's a KV directory. And here we've
Logs.
So how do
Icons.
Logs will have files
Icons?
into it.
Yeah, look at that.
Icons. Yeah.
So if I double click
Nice.
this, or if I click it and then view,
View.
right manager,
Mm.
or left manager. Oh yeah, see,
Ah,
there it
there's-
is.
There it is. You can zoom in. Oh,
Can I?
there was a zoom function. Yeah. So if you look at the bottom
Oh, yeah,
right,
look at that.
yeah,
With the mouse wheel too.
yeah,
That's
and
cool.
Control plus, Control minus.
And okay, if I double click, I go back. So we've got some logs here. So if I do this and then edit, I guess. Yeah, here we can actually see the log.
Oh,
Can I edit it? Yes, I can. Cool. That's a very functional editor.
yes.
So
We should-
let's copy a file. We've got this one. We'll copy to left browser. Oh, it's like moving it from one place to another. Sure, fine. Let's do that. And then did it put a KV? Yeah, there it is. So I copy the file. What's DWN? Oh, it's just like a page down kind of thing.
Down, up, and there's make directory,
Yeah.
create, delete, rename, and quit.
So we can make a directory here. CodeJam. A fairly extensive feature set. We've got a new directory.
Yeah. I think that's actually quite, yeah.
Rename it to something else. Cool. And it's very responsive. And then we'll delete it. Excellent.
So when I was young, back in the old days, we had a DOS computer, and there were my friends. Their parents had a computer with a graphical display like this, where you could view the files and click them. So I was always a bit jealous, or how do you say that? Because we had to type everything in before we got Windows 3, I think it was, back in the day, which you had to start from DOS. So this is ancient technology in personal computing terms.
Yep, that's true. I also I never had a file manager like this, but I used MS-DOS a lot as a kid.
Yeah, me as well.
So,
so
fairly feature complete. Very impressed with how, I can't think of anything else to really add to this. It has everything you might want in a simple Explorer. And it looks beautiful. It looks exactly like what the thing that it's emulating is supposed to look like.
So Ivel, one of the admins, says that it was Norton Commander, probably. Yeah, I don't know that name because we didn't have it ourselves, and I was too young to really know those type of names, but it was cool. Okay.
Yeah, it looks a little like this too, right? With the two windows.
Yeah.
I think it's inspiration.
This looks exactly
really
like
nice.
this, actually.
Yes.
That's cool. So, you set out to create something like this in Kivy, and I would say that you've succeeded beyond all expectations, because this is exactly what you've created. So that's very cool. Who had the code here?
I think that would be me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what did you think?
I think it's pretty good. I think it's important to note it's actually quite a different app to the others so far, in that a lot of them have been like games and things like that. A lot of canvas manipulation, drawing things, animating things.
Yeah.
This is Kivy widgets all the way down, and it's quite complicated. Like there's multiple panels. They have to pass information in the right way. The keyboard has to go to the right place, not be picked up by the wrong thing at the wrong time. And it all works really well. I was really impressed they couldn't crash it.
Yeah.
And in the code
No matter what we did.
that comes out, that it's nicely structured. It's separated into different components, each of which is self-contained and just passes information in and out in an appropriate way. It's even well structured in file sense. They use multiple KV language files to go with the individual Python files. It's just, it's well thought out. People don't always do that. And it's clear and easy to work through. The code itself is basically fine. Like it's well structured. I don't remember having any major concerns about any of it.
Yeah. And who was on this team? Did we have that list?
Yes. Didn't I mention that already?
Oh,
I
maybe
thought
we
I did.
Sorry, my mistake.
It's
If we did, then it bears
which team?
repeating.
Which team are we doing?
Inquisitive investigators.
Oh no, I didn't do that. I think it was Fire, which is one of her helpers. Monica, Lav, Vuyu Fu, and Citrius. Yeah, my language skills are lacking, so don't.
Yeah, cool.
Hopefully they won't take offense.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I'm impressed by this. I like the review. It's good. So we've got a pretty good entry here, I think. Very
I
solid.
also like to note something it's not just this one. There's been others. You couldn't tell this was a Kivy application if you didn't know. I always like to see that. It's really, really thorough.
Exactly. Yeah. It's one of the most complete applications we've looked at so far, I think. Along with maybe,
features everything.
It just it's done, more or less. I mean, you could still put more functionality in it, but in its current form, it's already very much. You could basically ship this. You'd have to ship it back in time, but you could ship it. So I think that's pretty cool.
Ship it back in time, yeah. Well, maybe for people like us who like to relive their youth.
Maybe. So yeah, very impressive. Nice work, guys.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next one is Jurassic Journalists.
Yes. So in this team, let's start with that. while you started. Turtle was team leader. Then we've got Scare Bunny. And then something difficult to pronounce. I think it's June or something, with a little help from Scraggly there. And but I'm screwing that up. And Numerlore, I think we're in this team together. So this is a 4-person team. And let's see what they've done.
Oh, what the hell? My editor is having some trouble. I'm going to restart it.
So I don't have a lot of information on this team myself. Let me check this out as a filler. So maybe we can do... does it work yet? Or should I interview Gabriel or Alex?
Oh, yeah, that's also a thing that we should do. Yeah, let's take a little break and talk about our guests here, because we are honored with some fairly substantial guests in this particular stream. It's very lucky that not only have we been able to do this code jam with Kivy as the central theme and technology, but we've been able to do so in partnership with the Kivy team itself, and not just like 1 or 2 people from the Kivy team, but pretty much the entire dev team and the creator. And it's been a very, very comfortable collaboration. So I'm sure that some of the viewers are interested in hearing a little bit about you guys.
Yeah, so there was one question. Yeah, there was one question I would like to ask the Kivy devs. There's a new version coming out soon, I hear. Can you tell us a little bit about that? It's a major release, I hear.
It definitely is. I'm kind of hoping that Gabriel will be able to say something, because I haven't been paying as much attention as I probably should have.
The major change is mainly, but there are 2 big changes. One is that we are dropping Python 2 that we intended to do earlier, but we didn't manage. But so no, we did drop it. And so, because everything has been updated, in particular, like Python for Android, to use Python 3, everything has been modernized. So we decided to take the leap and to allow to push our user to update. And that also allowed us to integrate a very interesting change from Matthew, which was to allow async IO integration in Kivy. So this is a pretty big change for us, because we have our own event loop, and so it was very difficult to integrate that with async IO for users, and so this new version allows it. And so I didn't myself, but I saw a few users create apps using that, and they seem to be happy. So I guess if you like that, would be interesting to try.
That's a fairly major upgrade then, with both dropping Pi2 support and adding asynchronicity in a single update. Is that a major version increment, or what?
Yes, that's why we did bump the version to 2.0.
2.0,
mainly first because in my opinion, removing Python 2 support is a pretty big IPA change. It's a breakage. So I think it was justified, and it also allowed us to push in some smaller changes that we had been wanting to do for some time, like changing some property names, things like this, to make the API a bit cleaner. And I'm not sure how many of them will come to pass, but a few have been integrated already, and we still strive to make the upgrade easy. So we don't change what doesn't need to be changed, but there is some little breaking changes, like changing like the background color property of the pop-up class, things like this. Not a big deal, but things that will make you change things here and there in your projects. So that's why it's also a breaking change.
Very nice. In previous Code Jam stream, we talked to Gabriel a little bit in length on his background and experience and so on. But Alex has never been with us before. So maybe Alex, could you tell us how you came to end up contributing or on the core developer team of Kivy?
Yeah, sure. I actually started specifically because I wanted to write an Android app, and I didn't particularly mind what language, so I thought, okay, it's Java. I'll set up the Java tools. I followed the tutorial, and it just totally didn't work at all. I was like, oh, hey, what's up with this? I'll just try Python because I know that. I realize now in retrospect, the documentation was terrible. It was their fault.
Yeah.
But this story had a happy ending because I thought, okay, Python Android, Kiwi comes up, so I started using it, and it worked pretty well. And the community was good. We've always had a pretty good IRC community. People like Gabriel have been involved for many, many years. So there were good discussions, and it sort of brought me past the point of using it to contributing to it. Like I mentioned earlier, the navigation drawer. I was like, hey, I could make this thing that's useful to people. And I could, and I did. And it sort of went from there. More recently, I've more moved on to, I mostly work on Python for Android. So Kiwi has the Python for Android project. It's a build tool like PyInstaller or something like that. The idea is you have a Python application, you press go, and now you have an Android application. I spend most of my development time on that nowadays, keeping it working with Kiwi. That's why I'm not so involved in the latest release.
Okay. Excellent. And what do you do on your professionally? Like, are you a programmer professionally as well?
Yeah, I am the illustrious profession of software engineer.
You're in good company then.
Yeah, well, it's fun, right? Why would you do something that wasn't? I do embedded C and Python kind of things.
Okay, yeah. And you don't have to say, of course, but like, what kind of projects are you working on now?
I work for a robotics company,
Okay.
so I actually don't use Python so much nowadays, day to day. But it's very refreshing to come from C to just hammering something out in Python and getting some cool Android app in 2 days that would have taken weeks.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So that's why I keep doing it. It's very refreshing, I find, working on Kiwi and Python for Android.
That's very
very cool. Very, very cool.
We'll come back to you guys a little bit later as well. But right now, let's jump in and see what the Jurassic journalists have created.
Yes. So, Jurassic journalists. Right? That's a cool name for an ancient technology jam.
Definitely. Very, very fitting. I do think that perhaps the readme here is a little lackluster. We've got a little bit of a justification for the project itself. Originally meant to be a modern word processor without the ability to delete, it has transformed into an immersive experience with the ability to type over former words and scribble whiteout on paper to erase mistakes. So it's a typewriter simulator kind of thing. So when I started, it starts like this. I can't full screen it. I guess this is a crude illustration of a room and a desk.
Of a room and a desk, yeah. I actually learned... I actually had typing lessons on a typewriter.
You have?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay, so then you can tell me what to do here, because I have not.
You can just type in stuff, I think. Maybe, yeah.
Maybe you have to click on it.
Oh, there it is. That sound. Yeah, that's your own keyboard.
Yeah, that's like a double.
Oh, wait.
So
Double click.
backspace, I can backspace, and then type over. Oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful.
That's cool. And you had they mentioned a little a correction tool, right?
Yeah, whiteout.
Is there a model for that?
Yes, you can
Whiteouts?
use your mouse.
Look at that. And then
That's very ancient technology.
Oh no, it doesn't follow the. And then it just
And it's
disappeared.
gone.
Okay, so
It
that's
is a bit buggy.
yeah. But other than that, that's a fun idea though, and I can't click on these, but I can also use the mouse to type if I want to.
They used typewriter font with a neat fade out or a fade in the ink, which is nice.
I can backspace
What is
off
the-
the page.
Oh, what happens if you type now? Does the paper come? Yeah, That's pretty cool. You're just typing in air. What's the color wheel? There's a color wheel on the left.
Yeah, let's try the color wheel.
You can type different color.
Look at that. Is that realistic, Ves? You with your typewriter course? Can you have change the ink color?
On the fly, no.
I only had 2 colors. There was a typewriter with 2 colors, with a band with 2. You could use offset and to change to type in red, for example, but not that many colors.
No. Not this one.
Cool though. But it is.
I bet this one doesn't jam.
Probably not. That would have been a fun. Okay, so now I'm off the page, but I can't grab a new page, I guess. So I guess this.
And if
is
you
game over.
the button on the right, so the where you can roll the page up and down.
Yeah, I tried that.
No,
Does
this
it do
is all
anything?
doesn't work.
Okay.
Well, I can always resort
You
to
can
drawing.
you can paint.
Yeah. Okay, it's a little laggy actually. The paint. That's a little weird.
Python.
And then it just disappears. Oh well. Cool. It works. It does work. It's pretty good at what it does. I wish that there could probably have been a little bit more polish, like the room being like drawn in 4 seconds with a thick brush was maybe not. I'm sure you can find a room on Pixabay or whatever with the typewriter in it that would have worked pretty well. And the whiteout doesn't really work properly, but other than that, it's got it does feel like a typewriter, and it sounds
cool.
like one too.
That's my opinion as well. There are like a few polished things that could have been polished, but all in all, it does quite a lot of what it sets to. So I think I would count it as like the success. Not everything is perfect, but it's a good product.
Yeah.
And there's also there is some features that we didn't see because they are a bit hidden. There is like an auto type to test that they put and as an invisible button at the top, so you can make it type some sentence from The Shining. for those who haven't seen it.
Oh.
And there is also a T9 keyboard for a phone keyboard hidden in the corner. So if you start it again, you can see it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just a second. So you're saying
So yeah,
in the corner?
type at the top of the window here. No, the top.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to do that.
Like where the sheet should be, I think.
Yeah.
Why don't you see the sheet? Okay.
Well, I
don't
You
know.
need to start typing.
typing.
There it is.
Okay, and type at the top of the screen, just under the bar, I think.
just type or
I
click.
think it's click. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it was by there. No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. That's a right click.
So,
All work
Yeah.
and no play makes Joe a dull boy.
Yeah, that's cute.
Oh, Kubrick and Stephen King.
All right.
yeah,
meets
And who had the code
Shining.
review for this?
I did.
Yeah. And what did you think of the code?
Well, it's not too bad. It's average. I said. I mean, you could have like more comments and the string and doc strings and things like this. But and some, I think some function are a bit long. But I mean, the variables are not too bad. I think it was pretty legible. Not exceptional. Just yeah.
Yeah. A small pet peeve of mine. Please do not do this. Doc strings should have double quotes. They also should not have
Yes, it's
leaving
in-
space.
It's in the pip, yeah.
And
Yeah, it's
have,
not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And having a doc string that just says screen manager. And I don't know. Yeah. So don't do that. But I agree overall. Like this one looks great, for instance. Here's information.
With just like two Python files, one for the everything KV and one for this class. So it's not well architectured. It's
Could
a
have
bit
been structured
minimal.
better, yeah, definitely. Here, maybe only the Jurassic Journalist app class should have been in this particular main file, and then everything else could have gone and lived in a different file. That would have been nice to see. And
The KV files are a bit more split. So they do have like object.kv and buttons.kv and the main Jurassic Journalist.kv. And it's a bit repetitive with code duplications, but I can see they tried to organize a bit. So considering the amount of time, I say it's not too bad.
okay, yeah, cool. So nice work on that. We'll move on to the next team, which is the Kaleidoscopic Kings.
Yes, the Kaleidoscopic Kings. The team leader was Charlie, and he had the pleasure to work with Brain Dad, Glooning Runes, and Hegan. And who am I missing?
Is that Glowing Runes?
Glowing Runes, yeah, sorry. Sufyan, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Probably Sofiane.
Sufyan. Okay.
If
That's
it's
cool.
French, it would be
Oh, it's
Sofiane.
French. Ah, nice. Yeah, my French is severely lacking. So if you look at the README, I think it's quite cool. It has a lot of information in it. What it is, it has a usage, it has screenshots, it has a nice story in it. There's an installation section. And what's really cool about this project is that you can make your own game. And I know they're still working on it, so it's not really polished, but they do describe it here. So it's cool to have those features listed in your README so people know why they should install your project. So I really like that. So let's look.
I like that they added a little team section with some attributions for who did what.
Yes, that's really cool as well.
That's cool to see. Yeah, that's a nice screenshot. Although the two choices here are not leaving a lot of room for
options. Yeah.
So
Pretend to be that.
I guess that this is sort of doing the Reigns thing. If anyone's ever played Reigns.
I haven't, but
so Reigns is sort of like Tinder. You swipe left or you swipe right in order to make important decisions, and then those decisions affect your stats. In Reigns, you're like the ruler of a city, and the decisions will affect your military strength and stuff like that. And then if you let one of the parts of your government get too strong, they overthrow you, and if it's too weak, then your country gets invaded, something like that. Yeah. So it's like balancing choices essentially is the point. And so hang on, I'm just going to turn down the volume a little on the main thing here. Oh, that was the end of the music anyway. You are Greg. Click here to choose this option. No, click here to choose me. So I'll choose this.
That's a neat way of introducing the thing.
Yeah, I like the animation as it flies off the screen like that. Well, it seems you're dead. Oh, that's harsh, man. That didn't last long. Okay. You are Greg. I guess I'll choose this option.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just discovered fire. So these options are a little bit like
they
didn't really write them yet. This gives you some options. Maybe it's time to start taking this whole evolution thing seriously. I shall found the everlasting dynasty of Greg. My line shall survive for eons. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. You stretch your arms and almost faint from your smell.
It's all natural, baby. It's all natural.
Minding your own business. And what's this? There's a dinosaur. Do you kick it?
Do you kick it?
Sure, I'll kick it. There's a cat? I don't know, man. Is that a cat?
Oh, your health has gone down. You've only
I'm more
got
of a dog
20%
person.
left. Kicking the dinosaur.
There was a sound effect when this came up and was like, meow. Well, it seems I'm dead. Okay.
Dogs are bad.
I guess a dog person is not fit for life. Yeah, so this is fun. When out for a lovely little wander, you hear some remarkably Greg-like sounds a little away. Investigate. I find a whole tribe of Greg-likes. They call themselves... people they call themselves. Maybe you weren't the first to find fire. They made it pretty clear that joining wasn't optional. Yeah, okay.
So it's not optional. That's not a choice.
Completely bizarre looking fruit. It's not that bizarre looking. Okay.
No, for him it is. For Greg. Greg's new to this game.
Should we eat it or not? What do you think, Alex?
Sure.
Sure, I'll eat it.
I don't think you have an option.
No, there's this guy again. Yeah, I'll kick him, and then there's a cat. Who's a lovely little cat. And now I take the trip to the river. Here's another dinosaur. This one's very polite. Pretend to be dead. Oh, and here's this guy again. Yeah, so this is fun. We can't play it forever, although I'd like to play it some more, maybe after the stream. It's very funny.
Yeah.
It works fairly well, although it feels a little bit like some of the options maybe aren't like done. It feels a little like they ran out of time or whatever. It's also not intuitive in which way the choices affect your health, water, food, and civility.
No, it should make that more clear. Your health went down a couple of times, so maybe there should have been something like an indication. Or
But this is typical of Reigns as well, that you don't always know the consequence of your actions, which I think is okay. But you have to be careful when you use that as a game element. Like, you have to at least make it so that it sort of makes sense, or that maybe you make the choice and then it tells you what the consequence was, you know?
So, yeah, in part, I think if you look at the code and if you look at the project in README, then there's a little game implemented, but it's also something that should be able to run other games quite easily. I think, but I don't exactly know how to run it. It's in a README. There should be something to help you create your own games as well. So if you go back to the README, there should be a section on creating your own game.
Yeah, defining your own story. All you need to do is create JSON files to represent your events and choices using the alpha editor and editing them manually. So
yeah, I think that's and you can customize your own game.
Yeah, that's very cool. It's very, very interesting for someone to put in like customizability and like basically a level editor in a code jam thing. That's really going the extra mile, which is awesome.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Yeah. There's some example.
So we can talk a bit about
so you can see sort of how that works with the JSON.
Yeah. So if you look at the code quality itself, I think it's nicely done. You've got good variable names. You've got a lot of doc strings in there. I really like that. One of the comments I had is that I would have loved to see doc strings on all the methods. So not only the private methods, but also the public methods, but also the private methods, which just really helps when you're reading the code or developing the code or whatever.
It looks like some of these doc strings were maybe automatically generated by an editor. So here,
yeah, maybe, or they use the format because they're used to seeing it.
Yeah, but here there's no actual doc string. It just has the parameter.
Yeah, that's true. So there should be, like here, there's a single line doc string at the bottom, and there are some that have first game turn, stuff like that. You just want a bit of information there. What they did do, I think, what I really like in this code is that they use logging. They've implemented some wrapper methods to help you identify your code. I really like the README. They use Pathlib. I think that's great.
Pathlib is excellent.
Yes. One thing though, I think the scope of the project was a bit too large with the customizability and everything included. There are a couple of files that are a bit less polished. That could have had a bit of refactoring or doc strings. So that's my main thing. I think it looks fairly good. The commit history could have been better, but we've talked about that for other projects as well. I think that's just something in a code gem.
Yep. That is something
we
that pretty much nobody nailed, I think, the commit history quality. But maybe that's why it's important for us to sort of point a spotlight at it a little bit, and hopefully someone will take something away from it. Anyone else have any opinions to share before we move on to the next team?
I think it looks nice. It's another one where they have themed everything nicely as an important part of like the features they decided to definitely make work correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when you get away
There's
from
a
the
nice use
defaults
of the-
and actually implement your own sort of consistent style throughout. It's very nice to see.
I like the bounce animation when you pick a choice. It goes to the side. There's a rotation animation with a bounce. I think it's not very hard to do that in KV, but you have to look for it and to read the doc to do it. Nice.
Excellent. So nice work on that. We'll move on to Litigious Liberators.
Oh yeah. So we've got the team leader here is Doc Forever, and the team members were RR, Losberg, IMP, and TZ1719.
All right.
Right.
And who has the review for this?
Who has the review for this? Let
Me.
me check. I think it's Lemon. Yes.
Okay. Well, right off the bat, they've got a table of contents and a fairly sizable README here. Pretty nice. The setup instructions, when I followed them, worked well. And there's instructions for how to use the app, particularly useful when we are judging. Because that way we can see all the little tricks like double click to skip the story, or what the goal or the point of the app is. There's attributions at the end, open game art, nice. And yeah, overall a tidy README here. I am gonna run it and we will have a look at what they've made. It's a little hard to get an idea of what they actually have created from this README. So would have loved to see sort of a description of what the app is, maybe some screenshots and stuff like that. Oh wow, that's some loud music. Just a second. Turning down the music a little bit. It starts with this. Here's like a story happening. It is the year 12,020. Civilization has fallen. And right. We caused our own demise. And experiments with prehistoric animal DNA raised to the ultimate doomsday weapon and total neglect of global warming. Flora and fauna from all ages flourish today, treading the ruins. And some of us have survived. And so I think, right, you're one of the survivors. Will you be cunning and smart enough to tip the scales, or will your ignorant, careless attitude ruin everything? Only time will tell. Fair enough.
I like that they've added the option to skip the intro with a double tap. Yeah, that's
Now going to use that because this is... My name is... Lemon.
That's a huge text box.
It's a little too big, to be honest. Oh, whatever. Should I full screen this maybe? That makes it even bigger. Fair enough. What would you do if you find a shiny object? I would tell my trusty smart friend. Yep, I'll do that. You come across an angry animal. You run away, throw objects to scare it, fight it with a stick. You are fearless and fight it like a man. Yeah, sure.
So is this interactive, or is this like a questionnaire?
It feels like a personality test.
Yes.
You're stranded in the middle of nowhere. I'm fragile. I'll die in an hour. Yeah, that sounds about right. I am Icky Jew.
Oh, it's the character creation screen. Oh, that's great.
So right, learn some dance moves. Left, you suspect that he's trying to lure you so he can kill you. I don't know how to like go. Oh, you heard the beat. Now let's break the dance floor, my friend. I perfect my Fortnite moves. Yeah. And can I actually... Oh, I can move left and right. Living fossil. Right, kill and eat it. Sure, I'll kill and eat it. This is basically the same thing where it,
You
have
make
to make-
decisions.
yeah, like swipe left and right to make decisions. Take a piece of it and go home. DJ Mamo. Mind my own business. Or
I like the modal box at the bottom that gives you information on the effects of your previous action.
It says press H for help, so I can also open up, and it says how to play, maximize my attributes.
Press on each card if you want to learn more about it.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about with, yo, it's your boy, DJ Mamo. You're finally Cyborg Mammoth. Come to my party, yo, and enjoy the newest drug, LSD. Yeah.
LSD. That's cool.
So, yeah, that's what I was talking about. The previous game basically did the same thing as this, but here, I'm not going to go to this party because my energy level is low. So I'm going to the right, and you can see my energy goes up, and this modal comes up and tells me I get like +3 energy. So I get some feedback for the choices I'm making, rather than making the choices blind like I did in the previous game. So that's nice.
Baka Trump.
Yeah,
Protest against Baka for destroying ecosystems. This is a political statement.
very much. First date with Jeff, sure. I'll go out. What a creep, it says at the bottom. Attend Chinese cake party.
Explore a cave.
Take one. A strange sculpture.
Plastic bottle.
I'll take one home. Weird stone, leave it here. Not on lurk. Go your own path. Well, and they have like these sort of character descriptions for each. But it does bother me a little bit that all the descriptions are in these sort of ugly standard Kivy boxes. I wish that they had styled them a little bit different than the standard Kivy dark gray kind of.
Yeah, I think it would have been cool to have some sort of like a playing card or card game style cards there with little pictures below it.
Apparently I win.
Good.
I spammed one direction. But yeah, that's a creative approach. I guess the sort of the character creator just determines where you start or what you start with or something like that. It works pretty well, but I'm not a big fan of the way it looks. I like the way it plays. I just wish that there had been some more time spent on assets and like design and the UI and so on. Because if this was beautiful, it could have been a very good game. There's no audio or music at all. And,
At the start, there was music.
Yeah, that's true. There was a little bit of music in the start, but overall,
Did the music stop?
it stops after a few seconds. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't hear that.
Actually, there was no music in the start. I'm just started again now, and I can't hear anything.
Oh,
Unless it...
there was. You turned it down, right? You said you were going to turn down the music, or was it the previous
That's right.
project?
Well, it's not playing now, at least. I must have turned it down. I don't know. There's supposed to be some music. We can check the files. Profiles, sounds. There's an MP3 at least.
Yeah, it's the disco sound for your Fortnite moves.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, so that's what this is. I think it plays well, and I don't think it looks very good. That's basically my experience. What do you guys think?
I think it looks. I think it's interesting. I like the feedback. I like the style. You need to maximize those traits. What I'm perhaps missing a bit is a story. There could have been a bit more in that, I think. On the other hand, the characters were cool. So it's more like a novelty character-based driven events thing, which is cool as well.
Yeah, cool.
Could have been more polished, like you said. It was basically just standard Kivy. The interesting bits.
It doesn't wow me visually.
No.
But functionally, I think it looks pretty good. It works well.
Yeah, to me it's interesting contrast with the previous one, because the previous one had a lot of theming and very nice graphics, but the game I think was less the game mechanics was less developed. And I think this one they spend a lot more time on the story in behind and the interactions. So there's a lot of work, but yeah, if they had spent a little more time on the graphics, it would shine a lot more. So
yeah, exactly. I think that an intersection between these two projects would have been a really good app. So they sort of almost have the opposite problem from one another. Maybe they should have all collaborated in one big team.
Yes.
But I'm sure that both of these teams would have eventually have gotten there given more time. So it's a fun idea, and it's a little interesting that the 2 teams in a row have done the Reigns thing. It's a cool app. I hope not everyone else did that too. Joseph did the code review for this, and he noted that there's a good use of KVLang, and that they had written a nice backstory for it, which is cool. Good user experience in general. The README had a lot of details, and it used Kivy functionality all over the place, making good use of the framework rather than just like incidentally being a Kivy app. It actually makes use of Kivy features. And that there's a YAML config system. I didn't see that.
TOML.
Oh, that's
YAML.
just a black config. Oh yeah, pre-commit. No, that's pre-commit.
Profiles, maybe? Profiles folder.
Maybe.
Low. There's another folder just
Yeah.
above the flake.
Oh, in here, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, here's YAML, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so this is the details for each of those. And I suppose sound effects also would have been here. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool to have sort of YAML to for how it should respond when you click on those different characters. That's fun. On the in the cons column, Joseph noted that there were pretty much no comments throughout the entire project, no doc strings, very, very little documentation. That he had spotted various pieces of code that had been left in and just commented out like this. And that there were a lot of commits that were unnecessary for like adding and removing test documents. And that the code wasn't always idiomatic or Pythonic. And the lack of comments made it hard to really understand the intention of the developer. He also thinks it's not a good idea to create attributes dynamically rather than using a dictionary, which is a pretty common hack to see. People will implement some sort of system that generates attributes on an object instead of just putting a dictionary on that object and then and inserting keys. And it's almost always an anti-pattern. I don't know exactly where they did that because I didn't dive into the code that deeply, but overall, there's some good with the bad, and it does play quite well. So good job.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone have any final thoughts before we move on to Microscopic Monks?
Yeah.
No.
No. Let's just
Just move on. Okay. I will open that up. Can you tell us a little bit about that team, Wes?
The Microscopic Monks. This is one of the teams that had quite a few changes in the beginning in the team membership, and the final team. I think the team leader was Kawhi, and then we had Jazz Gaming, Jets Like Ferraris, and King 181, and Lucas. But it's with a Probably not pronouncing that right. That's the team. Yeah. I think that this is, with the exception of Lucas, this is a fairly young team. So that's pretty
Yeah.
interesting.
Probably the lowest average age in the jam, actually.
Yes.
We opted to, when we were matching the teams, to try to have somewhat matching ages, because in the past some people have been unhappy if the age gap has been too wide. And we don't really find that the older the person is, the more skilled they are. Often that's not true. Many of our youngest members are some of our most skilled members, so there's really no reason why we should mix all sorts of ages when we match the teams. So Microscopic Monks, also a very appropriate team name because they're so young, so they're microscopic in height. They are a fairly young team. Nice to see this image in the README, and a list of developers at the bottom, and some installation instructions. So I will run the app and we'll see what we got here. Oh, it's full screen, but on the wrong monitor. Can I somehow get that moved over? I'm meaning to set a... Ooh, I'm not sure how to do that, actually. Hang on. Is there a way to force it in windowed mode or something, you guys?
Look at the code. Maybe there is some at the beginning of the main.py. Maybe there is a config option to set it in full screen.
Yeah, so window.full
yes.
full screen should be set to what?
I think if you just don't set it, it probably will default useful.
Okay, let's try that.
Yeah.
Right, so I can move that over here and full screen it, and we've got... Oh, it's
Oh, that's
sort
cool.
of
Oh, it's a 2D Minecraft.
2D Minecraft, yeah. Oh, and I picked
Yeah.
up this thing.
Flower.
And
A
yeah,
rock?
exactly. I'm breaking stuff and they're appearing in my inventory.
Ah,
Can I place things too?
oh, your flower has just disappeared, I think.
Maybe I ate the flower? Yeah,
Oh, it
because
could
my
be.
health was affected by it, see? It's actually fruit,
Ah.
probably. So,
Oh, that's cool. So your energy levels go down or something, and then you have to eat, or not?
presumably when I
Yes,
break
yes.
the
Your
rock,
energy
or the-
levels go down when you click on the rocks, and then you can eat to keep up with it.
Oh, I got a shovel.
Hey,
I don't know how, but I'll take it. Oh, now it's faster to do stuff.
that's cool.
That's,
And what can you do with the rocks? Can you place them? Oh, you've got a spare as well.
oh, I don't know. I can't seem to place them. No, maybe they're used as
Right click
materials.
on anything.
Yeah, right clicking doesn't do anything on that. I don't know. The spear can maybe be used for some sort of fighting. It also does stuff faster, so I can eat the fruit. Right clicking is nice for that. I can't really do anything with this spear, but it does seem like it destroys stuff faster. Interesting. I think this might be all there is, because this is already quite a bit.
Yeah, I think they used Perlin noise to auto-generate the environment, so it's all just dynamically generated as you walk around,
Very cool.
which is cool.
Let's
Nice,
try
nice
a
forest.
death screen. So I'll just cut down all the trees in the forest until I run out of energy.
Aw,
If it's
death
infinite,
by exhaustion.
going to the
Yeah.
same time.
Brutal way to go.
Yeah. Oh, there's a rock. Ooh, almost. Oh, it just stops or not. Oh, there it is.
Fades into a game
Get
over screen. Nice. It's fairly polished.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
All right, and
Maybe.
the animation of the character here reminds me of GTA 1 and 2.
Yes. So I think if you look at the spare and maybe the shovel, somewhat less so. That's a bit ancient technology and in scope.
Sure.
Maybe there should be dinosaurs or something to kick.
Yeah, that would be cool.
and to die and to fight. But yeah, it's a week. It's just a little over a week. So
An uncompromising roguelike wilderness survival game. Explore the world, find new technologies, and survive. So I think it's thematic in the find new technologies.
everything,
Yeah.
as the game continues, everything becomes more difficult and your life becomes harder.
Yeah.
Oh, here, chances are fellow person may have left a weapon there. So
Yeah, so that's why I found the knife and stuff. Cool.
Very
I think
cool.
this is pretty impressive for the time. I really like this logo thing. I wonder if they made that
does it play smoothly when you do that?
perfectly smoothly.
Oh, that's really cool. And the level generation was smooth as well.
Yeah. This seems like the kind of thing that could easily be fleshed out to a fairly interesting experience. I mean, yeah, it's a
Yes.
little bare bones, but that's what you get in Code Jams.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
I was actually just looking at the code because I thought it would be quite interesting to see how they got it working graphically. Like it's kind of straightforward to do this kind of game with the camera nominally moving, everything moving around, but you do have to do it right? Like there must be some significant amount of code actually manipulating Kiwi's camera instructions, keeping in order. And actually, it's pretty nice and clean. I think it's a really nice example of how to do that. That everything is handled efficiently, translated around to display something in a viewport in a natural way.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that betrays my technical kind of perspective, but I think it's quite a nice example of that.
So, yeah, I agree. Lemon, do you still have the game open?
No, I can open it again. Why?
Yes. Well, if you use the mouse scroll button, you should be able to zoom out and look at a bit more of the world. Apparently, there are different biomes, and there's a desert and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
look,
an infinite world.
Some snow and yeah, zooming out helps a
So-
lot.
So that's cool, but you cannot place the stones. You can use the numbers on your keyboard to switch between the items.
Yeah, I
Apparently,
did that. Yeah.
Okay, and the fruit, they're berries, but that's the same idea. Just wanted to add that. That's what a team member said in the chat.
Very cool. Yeah, no, it's an impressive experience.
Yes.
works
Oh,
really
look at
well.
that.
There's the biome change.
Yeah. It's more of a desert now, I think. Sand, less
snow?
trees, more rocks. Snow could also be.
Could be. Well, here's like a cactus, so I guess this is sand. I don't know, maybe that's just a bush. Anyway. Excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Who had the code review for this?
Microsoft T-shirt man was going to Ival and did the main code
I
review.
will I was on this Mr. Goat, yeah.
All right, Gabriel, did you have a look at the review? What did the reviewers say? For
So yeah, I did read read the reviews, and not the whole code, but the reviews. So the reviews were very happy with the code quality. They said it was very well structured and very well, very logical, and used a lot of good features from Python, like pathlibs and everything.
Mhm.
It apparently didn't contain a lot of commands or doc strings.
Mhm. Yeah, I
And
can see that.
the commit history was a bit less nice, but apparently there is a lot of refactoring and code that was first committed and not very clean and then cleaned up later. So, but that's history. But aside that, the code is very cool and it is very efficient. So it's nice. The reviewers were very pleased.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Nice work. I think. Age certainly does not matter because our youngest team is doing just as well as any of the other teams. Let's move on to the next door nuns, and then after that, maybe take a quick break.
The next door nuns. Let's look at the team membership there. We've got Sarah Cano in the team leadership. And we've got a Greek god, Zeus, joining in. We've got Crutoy 4L. Why isn't my screen scrolling? And then we've got Heroic HM. And they are another 4 people team, 4 members. I guess, yes.
Hey, look at this this doc string.
Oh,
That's
neat.
It's probably the biggest doc string we've seen in this whole jam.
It's a shame it's accidentally been attached to the property rather than the class.
Yeah. That would have been great if maybe we could just move that.
Yes.
below.
So it's important in Python that you define your doc string as the first thing in your class or your function or your method, because it has a special meaning. It will actually set the doc property of the doc attribute, I have to say, of the callable object you write it for, or the module or whatever.
That's right. Yep. So definitely try to do that. But yep. What do you think of this README, Gabriel?
Well, it's not very big. I didn't test this project actually.
In their defense, this is a fairly small project. I guess they ran out of time. We will take a look at it. I agree. This would have been nice to have, again, screenshots, maybe installation setup, instructions, stuff like that. Attribution could have been nice to see. Maybe a team roster like some of the others have done.
I'm always struck with ones like this. Like, there is a requirements.txt in the repository. Like, it does have the machinery there. Just, it's always worth documenting. That's what you should do.
The requirements here, I believe, had some issues, or maybe there was none and I created it, because it looks like the only line there was committed by me.
Yeah, I think if you look, there are not a lot of files here in this project. So
it's really just this one canon.py, and that's only 130 lines or so. So this is a fairly small project. Here's what it looks like.
You got your cannon there.
We've got a cannon. We're supposed to hit the Python Discord logo, I guess.
I think so.
Nice.
This looks very much like an old game I used to play. It's called Bang Bang.
Yeah, I've played that too. So we can set the
Yeah, it
angle
looks-
here, and it adjusts the cannon as we type it in. So if I set it to 90, then it would shoot straight up.
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's shoot straight up. Fire. I guess I shot
Goodbye,
it way
Ken.
off the screen. Maybe
10.
even 10, and
You have to set it,
I
submit.
have to submit it, right? Boom. Okay.
There it was.
Oh, it just like jumps up. I love that. Okay, so if I set the angle to 0, that crashes it. Yeah, so I can't do that.
Okay.
I'm not sure why, but let's try that again. Okay. So the standard angle here looks like it'll hit. So let's just set a really high velocity, and we will shoot. Oh, that didn't.
No, through it.
Maybe it's too fast. 90. Target hit.
Target hits.
Okay, and now I have to hit it here. So let's
That's-
sure, 60 maybe.
45.
And 45.
it has it probably has a nice curve to it.
45
So you're-
actually works really well.
If you
Okay.
Oh.
It just goes straight. There should have been a
40.
curve.
In their defense, I think it does curve.
It
It's
does.
just
It's just I'm shooting
Can
it
you?
really hard.
Okay.
So like, it does curve. You see?
Oh right. Oh, there it is. So beautiful.
So let's shoot a little higher. And nope, that's too high.
So you know what would have been great if you had a ground level or something that would blow up when you hit it with a cannonball.
Yeah.
So you leave holes in the environment. I think that would have been a
That's
great
what
addition.
Bang
to
Bang
this.
did. I remember.
Yeah, that's what Bang Bang.
That was
yeah.
really fun. Yeah. So yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. For 130 lines of code, it's workable. It does more than you would think that you could do in 130 lines. Obviously, there's a lot of possibilities to make this better. The graphics are a little bit Gross.
So those are the default Kivy widgets, I think. The buttons and the
Yes.
entry boxes. Yes.
So-
Text input.
Labels.
They
Right.
did size the text input properly, which is a nice touch because a lot of people don't do that. But that's pretty much it.
Yep.
So they are the 8 of one line, which is not the default. By default, it takes as much space as it has. So it was
Yes.
nice size.
Do we have a code review of this?
I think I did this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's kind of consistent with what we've been saying, that it's pretty short. For what it is, it's pretty okay, right? It does quite a lot in only a couple of hundred lines.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of signs of just sort of running out of time, as is the classic, that things that probably they would have come back to given more time, ranging from like this. There's some hints of like maybe the angle of the cannon would rotate to animate to where you told it to be, rather than just jumping.
Right.
But that was just kind of left half there, and I think it actually crashed the app if you didn't change it.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it is what it is. I think I've had some impression that they're still been working on improving the app, like they consistent with the idea that they wanted to do more than they had time to do. But I'm not quite sure if that's the case.
It looks like it was mostly 2 team members who actually committed any code into this file. So it may also be an indicator that perhaps they had some no-shows on their team. And so,
Yeah,
of
that could
course,
be.
when you're only 2 people on a 5-person team actually committing code, you're not going to get as much done as if all 5 are working on it. But that's the nature of a code jam sometimes. So
Yes, I think. Yeah.
for a 2-member team, and presumably with some problems finding enough time, this it does what it sets out to do, I think.
Yeah. So to say something about that, it's very difficult for us to. We try to balance teams and set teams and hopefully have teams with active members, but that's one of the aspects that we cannot control. So in the week leading up to the jam, for people who haven't joined themselves, we try to see who's showing up and then shuffle the teams around. Maybe make sure that every team has at least a couple of members who are active. But that's also difficult for us. We would like to see teams with 5 members active every time, but that's just not possible.
Yeah, that's not realistic, sadly.
Sadly, yes.
If you get a couple of team members who are very active, then you're fairly lucky. I mean, 3, 4, that's excellent. 5,
Yeah.
That's a 1 in a million chance. Almost nobody gets all 5 working equally well. So that's fine. I think that perhaps we should take a couple minutes break before we come back for the last bit. We've got 4 teams left, and then we have to figure out who the winners are.
The winner.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that'll be the finale, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to do the reviews. We'll talk a little bit more with our Kivy core developer friends here. And then we're going to go away and have a little bit of an evaluation period and then come back and announce the winners. But for now, we're going to take 5 minutes to get some water and
Yes.
walk around a little bit. Feeling a bit stale. So
Yeah.
see you guys very soon. Do not a heart escape from wretched sorrow, permit an ambush by your conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow. Just take it slow, 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 slow. Do not a heart exposed by wretched sorrow continue to employ an overthrow. Give not that windy night its rainy morrow. Go slow, 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 slow. When all the petty griefs have done this by. At first, the very worst of fortune's might. When everything it seems is wrought with woe, compared with loss of you will not seem so. The soul is for sale, so that it may find rest. Does it hurt? We belong in the fire. If truly we are brothers in arms, we know better than the liars. Thrown up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Wear a crown of grace, never leave a trace. Quietly embrace, leave some breathing space. Thrown up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Take a look around, welcome to the show. You better slow down, this joint's gonna blow. Maybe read a good book instead, so you don't end up losing your head. Oh my, when it feels good, it feels good. I don't ever wanna inside of you. Now maybe, we'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of ways. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of ways. By the end of this week, I'm telling you now, our baby's gonna be all over town. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of ways. Walked 100 miles, and now we're finally here. I never thought we'd bring it home within the year. Time to settle in and do it right, while the beauty slices through that dark night. I've been thinking about you lately, and I'm feeling like we're ready to arrive. I'm just worried about your safety, and I'm trying to make sure everybody stays alive. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby all up in your face. We'll destroy that baby in a million ways. We'll launch our baby into outer space. Destroy that baby at a comfortable pace. When proud-pied April, dressed in all of his trim, the heavy Saturn, when he left and leave with him, I put a spirit of youth in everything. From you I have been absent in the spring, and it seems winter still. Yet know the labors, know the sweet smell of different flowers in odor and in hue. Could make me any summer story tell, or from the proud lap pluck them where they grew. Nor did I wonder at the lily's white. Dino man, such tiny hands, he couldn't even ride a bike. He couldn't even dance. And we are back. And before we get going with the Paranormal Pioneers, we'll take a couple of minutes to talk to our guests today. If you have been with us before, you might know who they are. If you're just joining us now, then we are joined today by two of the Kivy core developers. That's Alex, or Inclement, and Gabriel, or T-shirt Man, who you might know from the server as well, because they're both fairly active and answering questions in user interfaces and game development and so on. So while we've got you, maybe we should ask you some basic origin story type questions. Alex, how did you end up writing code for a living? Like, what brought you into programming? Did you start as a kid? Or?
No, I only actually started programming at university, which was some time ago now. I always knew it probably would interest me, but that was what actually got me started. It was a Python course, but in a physics degree. It wasn't a computer science kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And then after that, I basically ramped up more and more free time programming. And actually, it's like I mentioned before, that when I started doing personal projects and ended up using Kivy is what got me past the gap from like doing stuff for fun, just for myself, to, hey, actually, I could edit this thing that other people use and make a pull request. And, hey, maybe I can just rewrite this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think over the course of quite some time, it was just kind of steadily going up like that.
So you fell in love with Python was your first language then?
It was, yeah.
And you found it through your university degree, but you said it was a physics degree. Did you immediately go on to work as a software engineer, or did you have some other job first? Or
no, I was in physics for quite a while. I did a PhD. I was a postdoc, but I always knew that I probably wanted to be a software engineer. In the end, I am now.
Okay, cool. So when did you make the switch? How long have you been writing code professionally?
Well, outside of academia, like 18 months, a bit more now.
Okay. So fairly
but,
recently.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's the open source stuff I was doing that really made the difference between, being a hobbyist and being, I don't really call it a step beyond that, more involved, more knowledgeable.
Yeah. I actually also came to my job through open source. That was my gateway, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any kind of relevant education. I just I was working as a tech operations guy, and I discovered programming through open source and started helping out more and more. And I gained the experience I needed to just switch jobs, switch careers. So it can be this powerful doorway into actually doing this professionally. It's not a lot of like high level sort of academic fields like that you can break into just by spending your free time doing something,
Yeah, very much so.
And
it depends on, I guess we were kind of saying earlier, it depends on good communities. No one can just start writing code and write good code for someone else. But
no, exactly.
you can be helped along the way. And I certainly was. It sounds like you had maybe similar experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. How about you, Gabriel? When did you start?
I did start as a teenager, like out of like curiosity. When I was like 14, something. Basic, like quick basic, which is a Microsoft implementation of Basic, and it was available on Windows. I think there was a basic version shipped in the operating system, and somebody shared the book with me because I didn't have the internet back then. Mm-hmm. So I didn't have a lot of resources, but I knew I was interested in making the computer do what I wanted to do.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Basic. Basic was not a great language, but it was possible to learn it through a few resources. Like there was some internal resource in the editor, so you could learn about what was the procedure things and functions and returns. But I was doing mostly GoToVir, and it was I didn't have any good material to learn from, so I didn't learn very fast at that point.
And when did you find Python?
A lot later, actually, because I went to kind of university to become a software developer, and it was while I was there that they didn't teach us Python. They did teach us Ada and C and languages like that. And but I did find a leaflet about Python, like from a magazine or something, and it was like just the basics of the language. And I say, oh wow. This is so easy. I mean, why why are you wasting your time? This syntax is really great and easy, and so I started to hack with it. And so I since at this point I had access to the internet, I started to do more things with it. So I stopped doing like C and C++ stuff that I was doing, and spend more and more time on using Python. So
cool. And we heard about earlier how Alex got into. But what about you, Gabriel? How did you find Kivy? When did you start contributing? Have you been with it from the start, or?
Not exactly. Well, it depends how you count, because Kivy is like version 2.0 of PyMT. PyMT was an exploratory project done by Mathieu Virbel and two other contributors. And one was doing his thesis on that, and the other one was just curious, I think. And they did PyMT and in 2008, and I discovered PyMT in 2009 or 2010, I think. And at this point, they had some clear view, some insight about what to do and not to do, and they started refactoring the whole thing pretty intensively. And they did start Kivy in 2010, and I was around, but I was not involved yet. I was just like curious and starting to use PyMT at this point. So in 2011, when they had released Kivy and I started to use it, I started to contribute like some tests and fixes on because what I was using was pretty raw. There were some issues, some missing features. So that's when I started to contribute.
Cool.
For more context, I was using that since I was a student at that point, but doing an internship. My tutor had given me a project to do interactive stuff, and that's why I started using Kivy and PyMT, because we wanted to do some tablet interaction things, and so that's why I started to contribite to it. Because
when you mentioned
I was doing some software.
You mentioned Mathieu Virbel. That's Tito, right?
Yes.
And
yes, exactly.
That's also a French name, isn't it? Is he French?
Yes,
too?
Mathieu is French. Yeah.
So is it just a coincidence that you both are French, or did you like meet in like a French forum?
No.
Complete coincidence. You don't all like get together at like some cafe or something and talk about code.
Later, yes, we did meet a few times, and we are good friends. So we did meet sometime. Even if we don't, we don't live next to each other. We are pretty far, but so we don't meet very often. But it was convenient, and since he's been the most active developer for most of the project history, and so it was very interesting to work with him. So
excellent. Okay, thanks so much for that. That's very interesting. It's very interesting to hear about where you guys started out. I'm sure a lot of people hope that one day that they can be a core developer for such a significant project as something like Kivy. So
there is a lot to do in Kivy, so if they want to help, they are more than welcome.
Yeah, you hear that, guys?
Feel free to come.
Yeah,
get contributing.
So, start it now.
We are welcoming.
That's cool. Okay. Next team up. Let's have a look at Paranormal Pioneers.
So in this team we have Nekit DS, and we've got KS123, we've got Tansk, we've got Dagobert Duck, and Lek Machiol, I think. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, it's probably as good as it's gonna get.
So let's have a look. This team was reviewed by Joseph, one of the other owners we have. Let's run it. Let's see what's up. What
do you think of the README, Ves?
So about project, DOS style command terminal based. Oh, there's a nice description in there. Specifies how you need to install the dependencies, running the project. Maybe it could have been a bit more lively. Screenshot.
Yeah, a single screenshot does a lot to help a read come alive.
It does have the team members, I think, at the
That's
bottom.
nice, and it even
So
links
that's
to
cool.
their own Git accounts.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Clicking on Naked brings up his profile page, which is a nice little touch. Definitely. Okay, yeah, let's run it up. It sounds like it's similar to that other the Rex terminal or whatever it was called. I guess I'm not surprised that more than one person made a terminal app. Here,
It's
there's
ancient.
more of a Linux terminal sort of look here.
Oh, you're root, but you've got a normal user level prompt. Sorry.
That's such a nerdy bug to point out. Yeah, you're right. I guess that this isn't really a real file structure. It's not accessing my files. This is something that's built into the app.
Yeah, I
Or
think
is
these
it
are the
the-
project files.
Inside a project here,
Yeah, it's, I think,
file system
It's
maybe? Yeah, that's what it is.
bin, yes. So it's an emulated file system.
Well,
Can you
then
move outside of it?
that's what I was going to check. Attempt to exit the environment. No, I get it.
Ah, okay. So it's a sandbox. That's cool.
But that's fair enough. Can I provide any arguments? So, like, if I do say, I got ls, I mean, if I go into bin and do ls-ll, oh, that actually does do something. That's nice. So, if I do ls-h, I can get some help for, yeah, it supports a
All
bunch of
along.
parameters. Seems like they've implemented it fairly well. Go on.
But they say it's a DOS style terminal. Can you use there, the DOS command for listing?
No, only ls.
No. Okay.
They mentioned CD and ls, and then it says etc. I really wish that you would have a complete list of what I could use here, because etc. doesn't really help me much. I want to see what.
I noticed
mics are
there is a
available.
help. Does that actually give you help?
Like just typing help.
Yeah, it's one
Oh,
of
yeah,
the lists.
like, yeah, that did help. So here we've got RM, PVD, we got RM Dare Sleep.
Can you scroll up?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Okay. Because otherwise, about more than half of the help wouldn't have been visible.
Yeah,
So-
it's pretty long too. I gotta say that this font is a little hard on the eyes.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
a bit
that's the
matrixy.
intentional. I guess like it's supposed to look like an old terminal monitor or whatever. But it makes it a little hard to read like what I have access to here. I can cat at least, so that's cool. And I can echo stuff. What's fourth? I don't actually know what fourth is. Oh, it's
It's
like
a language.
it's a language.
It's like-
that. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to play with absolutely everything that's in here. I will try to make a directory and delete it or something like that.
I think they put an example file for the fourth
They did?
interpreter, so you can
Okay.
run it. If
Yeah, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, I
afterwards.
think.
I think they also implemented brainfuck,
Yeah.
the language. So
Can I actually run these Python files in here? No.
No.
Maybe if I just type the file name.
I think you can execute a Python string. Try that. Python and then just print hello or something.
Just like inside of the
Yes.
string variables or no?
I don't know. Just type it
Okay.
in. Print. And then hello. No, because there it says it could not execute a string, but it's the entire thing. I thought maybe it was just a one-line Python executor, but it's just the same message.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I
okay.
think they're just
fair enough.
commenting on the fact that they couldn't parse it.
Let's just touch new file.py and then ls, and we'll find that the new file is there.
Can you zoom the screen a bit? Do you think it's possible?
Yeah,
It's hard to read.
I can definitely full screen it, but it doesn't really zoom. I don't
you
have.
can
This is
zoom.
Windows. I don't have like one of those fancy zooming things.
Okay.
Sadly,
And you need to open the magnifying glass.
I can do that. See, magnifying glass, magnifier app. There is an app for that. Oh wow, yeah. So I could do this, I guess. Does that work?
Yes, that works very well.
Yes.
Oh shit, I got it. So LSLL. We've got a new folder, Gabriel. Go into Gabriel. Oh wow. Nobody implemented autocomplete on tab, which
Too hard.
it's not good enough.
Which we're addicted to. Yeah.
Bad job, guys.
It's part.
Gotta have the autocomplete.
It's part of the experience. I don't think you had that in DOS.
Yeah,
Does it have a file editor like Nano or
it
whatever?
doesn't seem like it. No, I didn't
Because
see one
there
in the
are-
help text when I did this. So yeah, I don't think there's anything like that. Anyway, I think that's what we have time for.
Okay, cool.
But it's it's got the stuff that you might want to have. I guess I could have tested the fourth stuff. I still could. There was an example in examples, you said, so I'll have a quick look at that. Just
I think that's pretty cool to implement those esoteric languages.
yeah. Oh yeah, there's a brainfuck and a fourth directory.
Yeah.
And here
Can you cat the hello the brainfuck file just to show people what it's like?
yeah, hello world.df.
That's brainfuck. That's esoteric language.
There's no brainfuck. Yeah. I can't do this either, maybe. Might have missed it in the... No, I can't.
No, there should be something that works, but I don't know how it works.
Might not have implemented it. I keep trying to autocomplete. God.
No, Joe mentioned it that there is some kind of implementation for it.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure it works if I give it a little bit more time to look at it. So who had the review for this? Yeah, you said it was Joe?
Joe, and I was supposed to discuss it. So Joe mentioned that a lot of the names for the file system and the commands in Python were stuff like cd as well, which is not quite Pythonic. It should probably have been change directory or something like that. Because when you're reading the code, you're not in the context of the editor or DOS. So you would really love to see descriptive names and stuff like that. Why is my screen gone? Okay, here it is again. So he was commenting about that, and he also says that there should have been more documentation, doc strings, comments, just to help the reader along, because there are quite a few patterns that he didn't quite get, that are difficult to understand. And he would have loved to have some guidance there for the reader and the reviewer. He does love, and which is something we can see. We see a lot of pathlib usage.
Yeah, see, he wrapped pathlib's .resolve in a decorator, and then he applies the decorator to all of these functions so that it can... So actually, it's a pretty complicated... yeah, I could see what he means here by this would have been nice to have some doc strings for to explain the intention. It's
Yes.
It's an interesting and fairly adept way to use pathlib. You don't necessarily see this from beginners. But yeah, it leaves a little bit of documentation to be desired, because I'm sure I could figure out exactly what the intention here is, but it's not apparent.
Yeah, and also what Joe writes, and we haven't seen it yet. Maybe you can find it, but it's difficult to find probably. Is that they have indeed implemented brainfuck and forth as a feature.
Yeah. Yeah, I see there's a language file here for brainfuck. And there's an implementation here that... Oh yeah, look at that. It's like a brainfuck evaluator.
Yeah, so it should work. We just didn't know the command for it. There's someone active in the channel. one of the team members who also said that you could browse outside to your own file system if you configure that.
Okay, yeah.
So there's
cool.
a variable
is-
for that.
Cool.
Didn't manage to make an editor. No, I don't see any answers to how you should run the brainfuck file. But
There is an editor. There's an editor class, but I don't know.
get data, yeah, they said they didn't manage to implement it, and Joe
Okay,
commented that
fair
they
enough.
probably should have taken that out. So unfinished code.
Yeah. Although I think that perhaps an editor would have been something that would have been higher up on my list than a fourth interpreter. Just saying.
Yeah, for me as well.
Maybe you should have finished the basic functionality before you went and implemented esoteric languages. Although it is fun, nobody else implemented an esoteric language in their thing, and I'm sure it was a lot of fun to write the implementations for.
So, and you see a lot of type hints. I really like that. You can see it here as well.
Yep.
String, return types, typing module.
Yep. Type
I think
hints,
that's right.
We've seen decorators. We've seen some pretty competent use of the Python more advanced features. So,
So
good
what
work
Joe
on that.
wrote is that he would have loved to see more Pythonic solutions for some parts, which is difficult for me to see in a glance. But
Yeah. I'm sure that there are review comments on specific parts that he had in mind. If one had the time to look at that.
so cool.
So,
I like it.
excellent work. It's it's fun that when we make a theme like ancient technology, that some people say, "Oh yeah, ancient. You mean 30 years ago?" And others are like, "Prehistoric times with dinosaurs." It's very different
Yes.
interpretations of that theme.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I definitely personally would have done dinosaurs, but I like that more than one person went to the terminal.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of such a team. It's inspiring. You can do a lot of ancient technology stuff, but it's not restricting in that way. You can be really
Exactly.
creative with it. Yeah. So thanks, community, for coming up with it.
Yeah, nice work.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to move on to the next team, which is Romantic Revolutionaries.
Yes. So this team was the leader was Absinthe, and he had team members Kluge, CB, Jade Fodder, Davis, and come on screen, Kiononi. Sorry, Kiononi. That's it.
Kuanoni.
Kiononi.
You're putting such a Q in there. That's okay.
Yeah, sorry. Kiononi.
Kuanoni.
Kiononi.
Okay, let's we'll stop trying to pronounce his name and have a look at the README.
Okay, so there's
Here, yeah, I think that we've got the same problem we've seen in the others, that this still has the instructions left by us. And then the actual, the only thing that the team has written here, there are 4 lines. And the last line is, "But I am not sure," after the setup instructions. Which kind of feels
That's
like you should
promising.
make sure. But okay, fair enough. It did actually more or less work, but the requirements file had that problem we talked about earlier, how it had been created by using pip freeze. So it was way too strictly pinned with lots of subdependencies. And as a result, when someone had added another requirement in the future, you could install that with a pip install -r and then requirements.txt. That would work because pip installs are not very strict and they don't resolve all of the dependencies. But if you try to use something like pipenv for it, it will try to resolve what it calls a dependency map, which makes sure that there are no conflicts between different subdependencies relying on different things. And because they're so strictly pinned and there's so many subdependencies in the requirements file, it failed. So I had to modify the requirements file in order to get it to work with pipenv, which is okay. I had to do that for several teams, but it's something to keep in mind. If you're going to ship this out to people and make an open source thing out of it, then it's important that the requirements file is as easy to work with as possible. Moving on, let's run the app and see what happens.
So there's no information in the README about what it is. So I'm kind of intrigued.
It appears that it's some sort of graphical adventure game type thing.
Yes.
We've got, we can type at the bottom, it looks like. And it says, we find ourselves in a cave with flickering torch on the wall. You can make out 4 paths, each equally foreboding. So if
Can you look?
if
Yeah.
I look, I don't know what you
don't-
mean by look. Ugh.
Help? Probably not. This is one of those.
Oh, I did actually get
You
help.
have.
So I can
Go, move,
move,
walk.
or walk. North, south, east, west, and a distance. So let's move east 100. That's a bit far maybe. And something happened in the console. It showed me 3 arrays that I guess somehow describe where I am or something on the map. I can probably also use this thing here to move.
Oh, right. And there's a look around thing on the right, I think. The leopard.
Which, gotta say, that's a brave choice for a texture. Not sure quite where that was coming from. But fair enough. That one does the same thing as the walk one. It appears
Okay.
that perhaps they actually
guess so.
run literally the same methods. There's no description
If
of
you-
the other rooms, so it seems like maybe they ran out of time here.
And if you move north 1 or something with a bit. If you type that in.
Move north 1. It just does. So it just keeps pushing out these arrays. So I guess they probably represent, like a randomly generated room somehow, but they failed to like take that data and actually do something with it, and to add like room descriptions or some sort of procedural, like information generation, something that would be interesting.
So just to clarify, you've got more information in your terminal window, your output.
A little bit, I can show you guys. So
Yeah.
when I move around, it makes one of these. So you just see this array that represents some sort of data and true or
Probably a
false.
wall or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So because for us, we were just seeing the northwest, north
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's useful context. So it seems like the workings of maybe something that could have been an app, but that didn't quite get the time to finish.
Yeah, it looks like the old ones, the old command line adventure games where you had to move around, interact with doors and stuff like that.
Yeah, like Zork or something.
And to be fair, they are typically fairly difficult to. They have a learning curve. Those games. They typically don't explain much. So
No, that's true. But the thing about a game like that is that it's 90% content, mostly writing, and then like 10% mechanics, right? Mm-hmm. It's fairly easy to write the mechanics, but you have to write so much text in order to make it interesting. And
that's true. That's
and here
certainly
there's
true.
practically no text, so it feels like maybe they bit off a little bit more than they were able to chew. Or that time was a big problem. I know that this team had some trouble with people not really showing up, so it makes sense. But hey, the thing that at least it's functional. I mean, I haven't been able to crash it by interacting with a few functions that are here. And one thing I do like is that when you type something, that it has this different color on the font and stuff. So it looks fairly good there.
You can clearly see which direction they are going. I like that.
Yep. So that's cool.
You did a code review, I think.
I did.
Yes.
Do you guys have any input before I get to that? Maybe
I think
not much to say.
nothing that wasn't covered. I was just looking at the code. It looks like there's definitely code for looking around and stuff. So maybe it's inches from being fully connected together and giving you more feedback.
Might be, yeah. Yeah, that might be true.
Yeah, it seems not a lot because the few things that are functional seems polished at least a little. It's clean, so it probably could have been a lot more interesting if with a little more time. So yeah.
Yep.
And I think the leopard is just ancient cloth technology. So probably that was the explanation.
Yeah. Okay, so in the code review, I noted that there were some problem with the requirements file that I mentioned, so I had to resolve those. There was one game-breaking syntax error left. Someone had just written like something like this, and then it was just left in a critical part of the code. So I had to go and like delete that line in order to get it running. And that the README was a little disappointing because it has very little in it. And it basically feels a little rushed and unfinished in the codes, just like in the project itself. So there are many indications here that the team had maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew. However, the code quality overall is really good, and it makes use of some very advanced features. So if you look at, for instance, let me see if I can find it. I think in
Is there
inventory.
a test file there?
Yeah, there's a test folder. I'll get to that. So here in items, it was supposed to have an inventory. It hasn't been implemented, but here they've implemented what's called abstract base classes. So that's a way of defining sort of how a class is supposed to look, or a subclass is supposed to look. So here they have an item and they say this is an abstract method, count, and this is an abstract method. And what this means is that when you make an item, stackable item here, for instance, it has to implement these methods. So you're sort of creating a blueprint from which all of the other classes have to conform to say that. And that this is a pretty a common design pattern to find in other languages. It's not something that you see very often in Python, and it's not something that you see in CodeJam submissions, that's for sure.
It's actually, I
cool.
think, yeah, it defines the behavior like a protocol almost. You can rely on that the child classes implement those methods. For those of you who are not familiar with it, it's worth it to check it out in Python itself. There are a lot of abstract base classes in the collections.abc module.
Yeah.
And they define the behavior of certain objects like lists, stuff like that.
In languages like C#, you would call this an interface class, I think. For instance, it's very common to see there. And you would create all these interfaces that others could use, and then you might implement certain standard functionality in them and require that they implement their own methods or versions of certain methods. It's a cool way to write code. And I think it's totally, I would call this Pythonic, because ABC is a valid part of the standard library, but it's a little surprising to see it in a CodeJam submission.
Yeah, so it's normally recommended to use it for if you're defining your own types. So actually, and an item is such a thing. Mm-hmm. And now you know that always when you use an item, it has a certain interface. It has a certain API you can use.
Exactly.
So that's really...
Yeah. So say you're making an open source module where it's intended that the users of your app or your module are supposed to subclass some class, and you want to make sure they always implement these methods, then ABCs are fantastic, because you're sort of guaranteeing that they're going to get an exception if they don't implement these methods. So it's very common to see in that kind of design. In a similar vein, you'll also see that there is a, let me see if I can find it here, so 2 seconds. What was it?
If you go to view,
tests.
There's a test file, yes.
Right. So this has a lot of unit tests. And they've used unit test library to write them, and there are unit tests to test the nav control, the walking around. And there are unit tests to test various view functions, the map stuff. There's also this observer pattern implementation, which we talked about a little in the previous project, where the observer, something observes something else, and then when certain events are triggered, it triggers a callback function to be run. Very common to see, again, in other languages. So the whole thing sort of smells like someone who maybe isn't a Python programmer bringing with them lower level language concepts into Python, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because it's fairly well and competently implemented. So I think that seeing that this is the only team that has unit tests, it's the only team that uses abstract base classes and observer patterns. We saw one other place. It makes good use of KV-Lang. It's very good object-oriented design with some fairly elegant solutions. And the code is beautifully formatted. They used black in order to auto-format a lot of the code. So then you end up with a very PEP 8 compliant code like you want.
Yeah. Yes.
Overall, the code review says that this is a modern and idiomatic implementation of what they're doing. It's just a shame that so little of it actually made its way into the final product. So yeah, a pretty good code review, I gotta say. On that note, maybe we should move on to the next team.
Yes.
This team, I'm a little bit unsure if I was able to set it up correctly. I ran into a lot of problems and I ran out of time. I did get it running, but the team, the README says that it requires Pi audio, and I'm not 100% sure that Pi audio actually works properly after installing it into this virtual environment. I wasn't able to get that feature working, so we'll see. But that's probably, this comes with a caveat, it's mostly my fault. So if the Pi audio stuff doesn't work, then that's my bad. But let's see what we can. So can you tell me about this team, Ves?
Oh, yeah, sure. So we're talking about the Suspicious Samaritans, I hope, right?
No, we're skipping that,
No?
I think.
Oh, okay.
I believe that the Suspicious Samaritans didn't actually complete their project.
Ah, okay. So the
that folder was
Tactless
empty.
Tricksters,
It's the
their
Tactless
team leader.
Tricksters.
Yeah, sorry. Their leader is Go Big 87, and then we have Can or Kan, Sposker, Domicidal Maniac, and the Inventor. So that's the team. They were reviewed by Joe and Lemon.
Yep.
Okay,
Excellent.
so
Then I will get it running here. Let's see. Here's what it looks like. Oh, it's really spamming my log. But whatever. This is clever. Look how they've broken the logo into Morse symbols, and that they have the Morse code below that represents each letter. So that's very cool. And even the background is just scrolling Morse code. It looks like they're using your, what was it called? Navigation drawer?
yes.
There is also another navigation drawer implementation provided by KiwiMD, which is a fairly popular non-Kiwi core set of packages for Android material design like widgets.
Right.
I think that might be the one they're using here.
That's right, yeah. That is the one they're using. That is correct, okay. So this is a very Morse code-y application. We can start with this train. So in here, we're going to be listening to Morse code. Let's start listening to letters. And they are actually playing a letter at a time. So dot, 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 that would be S, right? Even I know that one. I got it right.
You got it right.
And they also provide the Morse table here above. So
Yeah,
we can-
that's really cool.
Then I guess I'm looking at V. I'm really bad at Morse. I remember
So
learning. No, go on.
We can't hear what you're doing. Does it play the new letter only when you click the button, or does it have a delay?
But if I do
Okay.
words, I also really like these icons. Like you start walking and then you're running and then you're bicycling because you're so good that you can do entire
Yes.
sentences of Morse code. So when I do the word, it's basically playing entire words. So and it's just a BB sound, sort of ba 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 ba, etc. The
That's
stream
really
can hear
cool.
it.
Can you tap it?
Sorry.
If you can you tap your own Morse code? I think there was an option for that too.
So
If you go back.
tapping Morse code here is the bottom. So I am supposed to tap it. Click on the left button to clear and the right button for new prompt. So new prompt, tap out the letter M. Crash.
Oh,
So that might be my fault. I will run it up again. See. We can also decode, but here I think it's supposed to record.
yeah.
And
I
this
think they
requires the
showcased
audio.
it
But
with a video.
sorry.
So they showcased it on the server with a video. So they had a YouTube video playing with Morse code, and then the app was able to decode the Morse code being played in the video.
Perhaps you can find that video and I can run it here so we can show off a more feature complete version. Because I think that the reason this is performing a little bit poorly is mostly because of because I didn't get it installed properly.
Okay. I will give you the YouTube link. I will paste it in our thingy. It's
Yep.
here.
Also, I see that there's a messages system here. I want to try that real quick. And they said that they had a user set up, Jason3. So I'm putting in Jason3 here, and I'm typing a message for him. Oh, and I guess that... Oh, yeah, it converts it to Morse. That's funny. That's very clever. This is supposed to actually be like network messaging, and I think that Jason is one of the team members, and he might even reply. But I'm sure it works. I will... I'm not gonna... wait, maybe we'll go back and look at the messages later, because I'll get like a response then. You can also encode... so I can type in internet, and then it plays it back in addition to showing it. So I can hear the Morse now.
Cool. So
I will do the video now.
I hope it's the good video, not something.
Oh, that's very cool.
So you can see the application. It's changing its mind. It tries to guess
Exactly.
as early as
Yeah.
possible, but when the beeps continue, it recognizes that. That's very
Yeah.
cool.
I really like that, yeah. It makes it look so much more responsive when it's sort of like finding the right letter rather than having
Yes.
this. Yeah. So that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's a really good implementation, actually. I'm a little sad that I didn't get it running as well as it does in that video. I'm sure given some more time, I would have been able to. It just had some struggles working properly on Windows. I tried to follow the instructions here, and there are specific Windows instructions, but they gave mixed results, and I was a little bit unsure if it was really installed the right way, and I got some other weird errors in the log. You can see my log while it's running basically just does this, and there's a lot of other errors mixed in, too much iteration done before next frame. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Critical.
So,
This is actually a specific kind of Kiva related error that may indicate some actual problem with the application, but it's probably a minor thing.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what we got. it's very cool that it converts audio and that the trainer actually looks useful. Like legitimately, you could probably use this to learn Morse. So I think this is perhaps one of the most useful apps we've seen so far. And I gotta say that the design of the user interface is gorgeous through and through. I really like the consistent use of Morse symbols in like background and in the logo and all that. They've really like gone all out to. There's some calibration. There's lots of features. The trainer, signing in, messaging in Morse is a fun idea, and both encoding and decoding. So
it's very attractive looking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes.
So really nice work there. What do you guys think, Gabriel?
Same. I'm quite impressed by the by the app overall. Lot of feature, nice design. Yeah, really good work.
How about you, Alex?
I'm really thinking the same thing. I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I think actually that they have general good design from the team. They're also making really good use of that KeyVMD package mentioned earlier. That it has some very nicely styled widgets that aren't the Kivy defaults. You might have noticed things like nice effects when you press buttons, and there's so the text input here is a good example. That this is the whole thing is very nicely styled and integrated well into the UI. It's nice to see that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So really, really nice work there. What about the code review? Who had the review for this?
I think you did, right?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'll have a look at that. Sorry, I'm just gonna open here. We did a lot of reviews. Sorry. Right, this was probably the first one I did. So I said in my review that there aren't enough type annotations, doc strings, comments, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing that happens a lot. Document your code better. The code sometimes is a little dense, and the variable name quality varies. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's terrible. I guess maybe between team members. And there's also some violations of the DRY principle, don't repeat yourself principle, which is to say that any piece of knowledge should only have a single source of truth. So it should only really exist in one part of your app, which means actually a lot of people think that means don't reuse your code. Instead, you have a function that both of those things can call or something like that, so you don't have lots of duplicate in your code. But it really means don't duplicate knowledge. And the book that this comes from is called Pragmatic Programmer. It's a book I like to quote a lot, both at work and at Python Discord, and people are probably sick of hearing me talk about it. But essentially, the DRY principle is this idea that if you write the same thing two places, say for instance, I like comments, right? But if I did this, set self.content to screen manager, right? Now this comment is terrible because this is just duplication of knowledge. I already know that that's what's happening here. That's perfectly obvious. There's no need to have a comment say exactly what's said on the next line. But why this is dangerous is if I change the name of content to something else, content stuff, don't do that. That's a terrible name. Now I would have to update that comment. So now I have to do work two places. And this is a really stupid example, but you can extrapolate this example into all parts of your code. And so essentially, this comment that's here, place screens here, that one's probably going to stay intact. Like even if I change one of these, the details of the decoder screen, it's not suddenly not going to have any screens. I guess this maybe came with Kivy as like a tutorial or something and has like an end comment here. I don't really like that. But anyway, the point is, the DRY principle is, so you want to try to just really have every piece of information exist in a single place. However, the there are a lot of pros here as well. The commit messages describe the content fairly well. They're not very long, but they're descriptive, which is good. And the commits themselves were very atomic. So if I look at, for instance, a random commit here, you can see that there's quite a lot of changes. Actually, that's the initial commit. So that's a terrible idea, and try not to have initial commits. But added Morse helper to utility. That's a good sort of size for a commit to have, to add a specific thing to utilities. And you see that the changes made to utilities is related to that specific thing and not necessarily just random stuff. Although I don't really understand the changes to these screens. But when I look through the commits, there were some pretty atomic commits. There's at least one type annotation, which I like to see. And it makes good use of standard library stuff like zip, and NumPy has been used. That's not standard library, but it's a good package to use. There's some advanced feature use. Basically, it's decent Python. And there's a lot of content in here. So I'm impressed when I review this at how much they've been able to do in such a short time. Of course, code quality is going to suffer a little bit when you write twice as much as most of the teams. There's a ton of lines of code in here. In fact, I guess I could check. I could do clock tagless if I have clock. No, I don't. Sorry. Can someone clock it? I'm sure one of you have got this checked out and whatever. But I'm sure it's big. So overall, the code quality is pretty good, and the review is positive. Although there are a few readability concerns, you could say. There was also an issue where the message sending functionality was initially broken, but the team provided a helpful fix for it. However, this fix was provided after the code jam was over, so technically, we can't really count the message sending functionality as working in our evaluation of this team. We have to consider that it didn't work at the time when the time ran out, and but it was cool. So
Yes, yeah.
And it was just a one-liner that needed to be added to fix it. So
yeah, I think they had a lot of features in there, and that's amazing actually. If you consider the 9 days that we had, you have to get to know the people you work with. You have to decide on a project, and then you have to actually do it.
Yeah.
Then I can understand missing one-liner or making a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, perfectly understandable. I also got to say that we have always said that we want to put an emphasis on creativity when we evaluate these projects. And so a good idea counts for a lot. And I think that this tool is a brilliant idea. I think this tool deserves to exist.
So according to the output, they have a little over 2,100 lines of code in Python.
Yeah, when the Canon one had 130, so it puts it into some perspective. Not to shit on the Canon one. I like the Canon one, but it's a big project. You made a lot of stuff in a short time, so good job. Definitely an interesting project. Any thoughts, Alex, Gabriel?
Not especially beyond what you said. It's just pretty well done. There's no two ways about it.
Yep. Yeah. We have. Oh, I didn't mean to move anything. Cancel.
Yes. Not only it's well done, but it has actually a lot of features. They mentioned that you can encode and decode and play your messages, and it can listen to messages. And the feature set is quite awesome as well. So
I was actually very impressed. I wasn't able to run this one before, so when I saw it here, it was the first time. And the first screen, I was like, "Hey, this is pretty cool." And then there was another one, another one, another one. It's always great to be surprised like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It just kept on giving. Do you guys have any idea how they did the networking stuff? Is that something that makes that Kivy makes it easy to do?
I don't know. I know that they're asking for your username, but send you a message
sorry,
back.
I'm a little bit busy with the streaming. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. So.
But Alex, do you have any insight into how hard it would be to do some networking between two Kivy apps?
No, I didn't actually look at this. I know people have done this kind of thing, but it's not something I've ever tried. I would have thought it should be the kind of thing that Kivy should very much get out the way it makes it easy for you to do something regularly, like a regular query on backend or whatever. I don't know exactly how they implemented it here.
Yeah, well, we can get back to that. Maybe if the team is listening, and I think they are, maybe you can say something about it in the chat about how the networking was done, because you're probably the only team to have implemented any kind of networking features, which is impressive, especially in a code channel. It's one of those things that you just don't expect to see.
No,
They
yeah,
have a
true.
module with API called
API? Okay.
Morse app. There is Morse app API.py, which is like you using a URL request to talk to a server with a token and everything. So I think that's all that, and it's well command.
That's quite interesting because it's also quite a Kiwi specific way of doing it. It integrates well using the URL request. I hadn't even thought they would do it that way, so that's pretty nice to see.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry. They're saying in the chat that they would really like to see the message stuff. So
they say they've got a comment about the networking as well. So Go Big networking is done in the Django and URL request. There's an API in a utility folder, and they sent the same message twice. Oh, that's a correction. Okay.
Right. I'm not actually sure. Oh, I signed in as internet apparently. So that's try to send a message to internet, guys, if you are listening. You would have thought that I sent a message to Jason. And you need my username. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 30 second delay. I forgot. Probably if I said it in the chat.
So I typed it in the chat.
So I'm wondering if it'll just tick in here when it's ready. Right.
Internet already signed in.
Huh? Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the stream where we.
Yeah.
Jason. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't see a lot happening right now.
Maybe I have to refresh this page now and then, or maybe it just pops in. I don't know. Oh yeah, see? I got
there
a
it
reply
is.
from Mr. Jason.
I have no idea what that says.
Well, we can actually click on it, and it.
Oh, that's a nice UI.
So I can play it, and I can decode it to hello.
Oh, hello. That's nice. Hello, Jason.
And I love that I can do this in such a reactive way, that I can just switch its state like that.
That's really cool.
Beautifully implemented, guys. Really, really good job.
Yeah, it's nice.
But again, we kind of have to disregard this a little bit because it didn't work. Sorry. Anyway, now you all got to see it. Yay! Okay, good. Moving on. We are going to have a look at the last team on the list here, Wandering Warriors.
Oh, yes. So this team was led by Nora Mac, and the members were A5 Rocks, Gables, Avian Analyst, and Pixel Bast. The code review was done by Eris or Kyle and by me, and I'll be talking about it later.
Eros is one of our helpers, and he's also a C Python contributor. So he helped us do some of the code reviews because he's used to doing triaging for C Python itself. And so his code review skills are quite formidable. If you got a review from him, count yourself lucky. Let's have a look at this README. So again, they've left some stuff in. That's okay. There's pipenv as the virtual environment dependency manager, and this worked really well, by the way. So good job using the dependency manager properly. Not everyone did. There's no information about what the application is, or how it works, or how to interact with it. No screenshots, so it's a little bit anemic. But at least it's got the most important thing, in my opinion, is the installation steps. Because if you don't know how to install it, you really can't even check what it looks like. Pipenv, run, start.
So from reading the code, we're going to see an ancient technology indeed. It's going to be an abacus.
Nice.
So,
I saw a lot of teams.
there it is. Oh, that's really cool.
I saw a lot of teams talk about making an abacus, and I think that there were at least 3 or 4 teams who intended to do it, but then I guess only one actually ended up doing it in the end. I don't know how an abacus works. There's some question marks. Tap a bead on the abacus to move it. See, that I could have figured out, and it works fairly well. You know, but now what? Like, what's the next step? So this thing, what is this? Input digits in the sandbox to tabulate numbers on the ledger. You can perform operations on numbers using the operations button immediately to the right.
So can you type anything in there?
No.
No.
But maybe I like input
Maybe press a button. Maybe press the plus button.
plus button. Okay, 0 plus 0 0. Well, that's
Okay. Can you now add in a number there? Can you change the 0? No.
I can't do anything with those, but maybe I'm supposed to
Okay.
pick the numbers using the abacus, and then like, yeah, okay, maybe it hasn't been implemented. I'm not sure, or maybe I'm interacting with it wrong. Value comparison failed. I'm getting some errors in the logs. You can see here value comparison
Probably
failed.
because you're dividing 0 by 0. Oh, no. Oh, that's the NumPy. I think it's NumPy. It's ambiguous because when you're doing a comparison with arrays, that's isn't quite sure if you mean compare the whole array or element-wise or whatever.
Check out the question mark in the sandbox. Let's do that, sure. Draw a digit in cuneiform with your cursor to tabulate the current number on the ledger. Right. So if I do this, then I get 10 here. And if I do this, add 1. So I have to draw in cuneiform. What's the icon here do? I don't know.
I think it clears the screen.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So if I draw lots of junk, I can do this to remove the stuff. Okay.
Yes.
So now I get some stuff. And if I now do... Well, I'm not getting the numbers from the abacus in here, though, in any way. That's... might be a bug. I think that you're supposed to use the abacus to add, the stuff on the left side, and then cuneiform to add to the stuff on the right side, maybe, and then equal.
So
oh wait,
I want
the
to mention
abacus shows the result. Interesting.
So one thing I do want to mention, because we're talking about the cuneiform numbers anyway, they had a really cool algorithm to generate all the cuneiform numbers based on just 1 or 2 characters. So the entire recognition, the entire character stuff, is just built from 1 or 2 base forms.
Right.
And then an algorithm combines them because they're very regular. It's a regular language.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to see that solution.
Well, I get it now. You draw in the first operand, and then so I want 24 plus. Okay, yeah, that's not good enough. I gotta draw top to bottom. 15 equals, and then it shows the result in the abacus.
That's really cool.
Yeah, no, so that works.
So there's a bit of a learning curve involved.
A little bit. There's also a settings menu here. You can set base
18.
60. Okay. And you can modify the number of beads. That's interesting. Does that actually? Oh yeah, look at that! Wow, that applies right away.
And there are different themes as well.
Yeah, let's try that. Redwood.
The redwood.
Is it just? Oh, look at that! Beautiful. Cherry. Nice. We've got iron for those Iron Age abacus users. And the default one. Very cool. Nice. What do you guys think, Alex?
I think it's pretty cool. I'm interested particularly in the fact that you can draw in the symbol in the cuneiform entry. As far as I can tell, this is built into Kiwi, like this basic gesture support. I've never really seen anyone use it, except that it was an example I remember that I thought was just really cool years ago. It's just nice to see it's been slotted in nicely. It works really well for this purpose, seamlessly. Yeah, I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, it's very cool. It works beautifully. And it doesn't work if I draw them bottom to top, which I guess is probably like historically accurate. Or like you have a certain draw order or whatever for symbols like this, and you shouldn't draw them like this.
Yeah, the implementation, I think, is based on something called the $1 gesture recognition algorithm, because it's really simple, but it's effective for a lot of basic use cases. So that's what was implemented as an example. But yeah, it doesn't handle well these different ways of drawing the same shape. So it's not perfect by any means.
It's very permissive. Like I can almost draw it as terribly as I want, and it still recognizes the gesture really well. But I guess that's mostly, Kiwi doing the heavy lifting on that, right? The gesture recognition.
Yes, the algorithm is something, I think, based around the points around the center. It does find the center of the shape, and then the motion of the points around that center, and that's why it is permissive with the distances to the center, as long as the relative distances are consistent with what you trained, and it works well for a lot of things. It's nice.
Yes.
And yeah, it's included in Kiwi, but yeah, I never saw a lot of application using it ever. It's like just something that's there.
Yeah, no, that's a very clever use of Kiwi feature.
Mm-hmm.
Who has the review for this?
So I did a code review for that, and Eros did as well. So I'll discuss it short. So if we go back to the commit messages to start there, this is another one of those projects that probably should or could have used an interactive rebase before they pushed the commits, because there are a few like fix to temp commit, stuff like that in the commit history. So it would have been nice to have a bit of a cleaner commit history, and that's partly connected to the rest of the project as well. So if you open up a Python file like abacus.py, it's one of the main files they have.
Yeah. Just a second.
So
I was looking at all the... There's so many cuneiform. Is that how you pronounce it? Cuneiform?
They were all auto-generated by the scripts they have. But if you go to Abacus, and if you go to line, 188? 188, there's an update method there.
Oh.
And just scroll down. It's massive, and there are not really comments to guide you along or a docstring telling you what's going on. So for a reader, it's very difficult to see what's actually going on there.
And there's nested looping going on inside.
Nested looping.
Again.
So
and this one's a little hard on the eyes.
Yeah, so it ties in with the commit messages. There's not a lot of documentation there, so it's difficult for me and other reviewers to understand precisely what's going on.
Right. Yeah.
So this probably should have been refactored, had some comments, some block comments, maybe a good doc string telling us what's going to happen here. Update is very generic as well. We're going to update something, probably the screen, but maybe the abacus or
presumably the abacus, since it's abacus,
yes.
Pi, but still.
So that's one thing we've both noticed when doing the reviews, is that there could have been more comments and more documentation.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all the teams could stand to be a little bit more careful with their Git commit hygiene and their documentation overall.
Yes.
These are the two things that pretty much every team didn't do well enough. Although there are a couple of examples where it was done pretty well, but not many.
But at the same time, they have amazing ideas. So they have the cuneiform numeral generation script, and it generated all of those beautiful assets they have, all the numbers. by just using the script. So that's good. And actually, what did I say? No doc strings. Oh, and they have a lot of short or shortened variable names.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Yep.
On the other hand, one final message I think is that they too use an object-oriented style, and it makes a lot of sense for them. So you have an abacus, you have beads that you can move around. So
Yeah,
I like that. That makes a lot of sense in such an application.
absolutely. Yeah. That's also something we've seen a lot of in this CodeJam. A lot of people seem to have some pretty good bearings on a good object-oriented design, but maybe there's something about Kivy that lends itself to that.
Well, I guess we'd like to think so. I've actually been generally impressed with the teams. I think without discipline, you can always do bad object structure. Like, no matter what, no one can help you with that. But no one has. Really, all these projects are, on the whole, pretty well structured, to my eye.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
It's good to see. We have one request to please rerun the Amphibian Alchemists app, because apparently there was some functionality that we glossed over and didn't actually get to experience. So I am going to quickly open up that. That was the Enigma machine.
one.
And we've got some instructions for exactly what to do to interact with it. So we're going to have a quick look at that. Said we didn't look at the menu when creating a new game. So new game menu. Right. Give this current game a title. And then we can also save the current progress. We can best game ever. Worst game ever. Oh no!
Hey,
I'm losing. I haven't even started. I mean, 77 seconds to solve this problem.
Yes, but there was something about that as well. I think they mentioned something about the keyboard support wasn't used and the auto input was never used, which is on hold.
Yeah,
You just
so
have to
keyboard
set the
support.
router.
So I can
Just press any key repeatedly.
and nope, no keyboard working for me. I'm afraid. Maybe it would be possible to use the keyboard here or something. I don't see how I can interact with this with the keyboard.
Maybe you needed to focus the text input.
Remove the last pair. There's some statistics. Yeah, those crashed. So the settings here, I think we did look at. Yeah. Start this again then. We've got the save game that's still here. No. Okay, you're saying here I can type. Ah, yeah, that's
Yes.
right. Right, so then I could probably have
So
typed out
your-
the message here pretty quickly. My biggest complaint here is actually that I can't have the paper open while I'm working. It would have been natural to sort of pin it in the top right corner or something, but I guess that makes it too easy. If only I could have the paper open here, then the time limit doesn't seem so bad. Especially with the typing. Right,
Oh,
is there
you were
anything else that I
pictured
forgot
again.
to do? I think that was pretty good. Oh, auto input apparently was a thing. So I just have to set
That's
the
what you just
rotors and then smash anything on the keyboard. Okay, got it. That's what you said earlier, Gabriel. I just didn't understand what you were saying, I guess. Okay, let's do this then. QHK.
Nice use of the alphabet.
Thank you. QUARV.
No, you got it wrong.
Huh? What did I
I
get
think
wrong?
you said the road.
QHQ. Didn't I set it to that?
QHK.
My bad.
QHK.
Go.
I think I did it right, but we'll see, I guess. Oh, there's something about that too. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time. AR and VD. We've got XD. Got HP.
BN.
PN. YT. ZE.
ZE.
OQ.
OQMF. OQMF. And then back. And then just smash it.
15 seconds.
Wow, that's a lot of stuff. But it does definitely work. Come on, I'm running out of time because I can't type fast enough. Why is it so long?
What?
Oh well. But that works well. Okay. Then I think I've looked at everything. I like that music. I like this little badge here with code style black.
Black.
Cool.
Okay, cool. That was a nice addition.
Yeah.
Could have been nice to have that introduced somewhere, I think.
Yeah. I think that now it is time for us to take a short break to deliberate on who has won the code gem and figure out the winner and the two runners up. Is the
Yes.
correct way to pluralize that. So we will take at least, I guess it'll take us 10, 15, something like that. And then we will be back with an announcement of who has won. So you guys just stay tight. We will we'll let you know when we're coming back. We'll push a little code jam announcement or something.
Yes. Let's do that.
Okay.
See you later.
Not a hard escape from wretched sorrow, permit an ambush by your conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow. Just take it slow, 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 slow. Do not a heart exposed by wretched sorrow continue to employ an overthrow. Give not that windy night its rainy morrow. Go slow, 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 slow. When all the petty griefs have done this spite, at first the very worst of fortune's might, when everything it seems is wrought with woe, compared with loss of you will not seem so. My soul is for sale, so that it may find rest. Does it hurt? We belong in the fire. If truly we are brothers in arms, we know better than the liars. Throne up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Wear a crown of grace, never leave a trace. Quietly embrace, leave some breathing space. Throne up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. Take a look around. Welcome to the show. You better slow down, this joint's gonna blow. Maybe read a good book instead, so you don't end up losing your head. Oh my, when it feels good, it feels good. I don't ever wanna let it go. No, I never wanna let it go. No, I'm not a doctor, so what do I do to get a little bit of this inside of you? Now maybe, we'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of ways. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of ways. By the end of this week, I'm telling you now, our baby's gonna be all over town. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of ways. Walked 100 miles, and now we're finally here. I never thought we'd bring it home within the year. Time to settle in and do it right, while the beauty a dark night. I've been thinking about you lately, and I'm feeling like we're ready to arrive. I'm just worried about your safety, and I'm trying to make sure everybody stays alive. We'll destroy that baby in a couple of days. We'll destroy that baby all up in your face. We'll destroy that baby in a million ways. We'll launch our baby into outer space. By the end of this week, I'm telling you now, our baby's gonna be all over town. We'll destroy that baby at a comfortable pace. When proud-eyed April, dressed in all of his trim, the heavy Saturn, when he left and leave with him, but a spirit of youth and everything from you I have been absent in the spring, and it seems winter still. Yet know the labors, know the sweet smell of different flowers in odor and in hue. Could make me any summer story tale, or from the proud lap plucked them where they grew. Nor did I wonder at the lily's white. Dino Man, such tiny hands, he couldn't even ride a bike. He couldn't even dance with the girl that he liked. He lived in tiny villages and prayed to tiny God. He couldn't go to game show 'cause he could not applaud. Now since Dynaman, he's all he can, and everybody truly understand that meat eater's a few feet. You can't ride around in my two-seater. We friends though, but no lie, can't high-five a goodbye. If a dude give us trouble, a dude wanna fight us. Here comes Dino Man, he's got Vin Dieselitis. He ate lizards, turtles, and eggs. He ate other dinosaurs' legs. Ate whatever he came across. His arms were too short to float. could easily weigh 800 pounds. Then he makes a fuck ton of noise as he destroys the underground. Dino Man is old and he's dead. Dino Man is all in your head. Dino political, Dinonosaurus, Dinocratic, Dino maniacal, Dino phosphorus, Dino Dinosaurus, Dino preposterous. I'm a silent silhouette, a jagged beating heart, lit up only by a cigarette. A reckless piece of art to leave you awestruck and starry-eyed, like a whisper in your ear. Beneath the robe, a broken pride, I'll make it disappear from a screen in the snow, by a flickering light. If black was a feeling, well then I'd be the night. From a screen in the snow, by a flickering light. And if black was a feeling, well then I'd be the night. climb up the ranks, shooting to kill, but only shooting blanks, filling up on coolant, replacing bad parts. It's time for a fight that's completely off the charts. I can hear the roaring of the mecha droids for glory and honor. Mecha droids to the stars and yonder. Mecha droids. Ready to fight and destroy all in sight. The mecha droids are clashing with all of their might. Thunderous footfall heard far and wide. Metal gets mangled as mecha droids collide.
you carry mine? Hope it's not too much, I don't know where to draw the line. Little more, little more, little more, little more. Just a little more, little more, little more, little more. Have no fear, I'll always be here. I will carry yours until I've broken every bone. Even if it kills me, I won't let you walk alone. Little more, little more, little more, little more. Just a little more, little more, little more, little more. How Spanish are you? I'm pretty Spanish, my friend. How Spanish are you? At least 20%. How Spanish are you? I'm pretty Spanish, cause my mom was Spanish and my daddy too. How German are you? I'm pretty German, mein Freund. How German are you? I have an engineering degree. How German are you? Actually, I don't have time for this. I am meeting my Mutter and I don't want to be late. How American are you?
Well, like, my dad is Irish-Italian on his mother's side, but his dad, like, immigrated from Poland.
Yeah.
And my mom's aunt is Canadian, but that doesn't really count, does it? American, she's Cherokee Canadian, so I guess that makes me part Native American.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, my dad's uncle's brother is from Norway, which,
Sure.
like, I think is the capital of Sweden or something.
Uh-huh.
And his brother, my dad's uncle, was actually, like, raised by seagulls over on Greenland. I think it was Greenland. Greenland is the icy one, right?
Yeah.
And then Iceland is the green one.
No.
Oh, and I have a stepbrother whose parents are both Indians.
Yeah.
Dot Indians, not feather Indians.
Um.
But someone told me stepbrothers don't count either, and I think that's, like, really unfair. And, like, I also have an aunt in Hawaii, but I'm pretty sure it's technically still in the U.S.
Yeah.
And, like, my grandpa, my dad's dad,
Uh-huh.
he was, like, a sailor, and you know how it is with sailors. Who knows how many uncles and aunts I have.
If you drive the car into the sun, it is hot, 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 hot. If you set fire to your uncle, it is hot, 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 hot. If you put a sausage in a bun, it is called hot, 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 hot. And if you are on the run, it is hot, 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 hot. I'm so hot, I'm boiling up inside. I'm so hot that your skin dries. You should have had some sun lotion applied. It is hot, hot if you're being boiled alive. It is hot, 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 hot. If into a volcano you dive, it is hot, 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 hot. If you wear a suit while playing live, it is hot, 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 hot. If a burning car for some reason you drive, it is hot, 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 hot. That's been on, it is hot, 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 hot. And when the ozone layer is gone, it will be hot, 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 hot. If you eat habanero raw, it is hot, 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 hot. If you try set fire to yawn, it is hot, 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 hot. I'm so hot I have to stay inside. I'm so hot it hurts your pride. I'm so hot I do not walk, I slide. I'm so hot that all your women cry. So hot I can't be brushed aside. I'm as hot as the moon is wide. I'm so hot the horses died. No longer can the men ride. I don't understand why birds can't be quiet this early in the day. I'm in my temple of blankets and pillows, wishing the world away. The floor is always hard and cold, like the world outside my door. So I think I'll just stay afloat in my dream world a couple of minutes more. But I will get up soon. I'll be up real soon. I'll be out of bed any minute now. I just don't understand why the world has to wake up so early in the day. I rub my eyes, embraced by a blanket, consider wondering whether to stay. I still got one leg in slumberland, and frankly I'm not so sure that getting up early and going to work is something I can endure. But I will get up soon. I'll be out real soon. I'll be out of bed any minute now. Prayed for a revelation. Maybe this one gets me again. Maybe this one's not pretend. In the end, waited, double advantage, all my sins forgiven, all my debts repaid. For all that I know, it's too late. Like fire in the wind slips the life through his hands, and now he understands. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? Always searching for answers, never sleeping if he could stay awake. His only fortune is the one that he made. Pray for a revelation. Now the search is over, nothing left to chase. Now he's finally found his rightful place. Like fire in the wind, face the light from your eyes, meeting your demise. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? swears she's made of truth. I do believe her, though I know she'll.
Welcome back. We are we retreated to our chambers and deliberated, and we have come up with what we believe are the 3 best projects for this code jam. Before we tell you who those are, I'd like to remind everyone what the prices are that they stand to win. First of all, the first place winner is going to walk away with $250 each of DigitalOcean credits. So you can use that to set up your own droplets and have some cool servers with some stuff going. Host your code, set up a Discord bot, whatever you want. The cheapest droplets are only a couple of bucks a month, so actually $250 gets you pretty far. They will also receive a Python Discord t-shirt each, and also a Kivy t-shirt provided by the Kivy team to commemorate the journey they made and learning Kivy and taking part in this code jam. The second place will receive $125 worth of DigitalOcean credits per team member, and will also get a DigitalOcean shirt from our gracious sponsors. They're pretty cool. They feature that DigitalOcean whale or shark or whatever it is. I think it's a shark. It might be a shark. I can actually, yeah. So those are going to the second place. And the third place will receive a 1-year any product license from JetBrains, which they can use to redeem for any of the IDEs or tools that JetBrains provides, including PyCharm Pro, which is a favorite among Python programmers, but also stuff like, so PyCharm has a pretty decent free community edition, but some of their other IDEs, like CLion and Rider, used for C++ and C#, they don't have any kind of free version. So if you want to get your hands on those, and they're excellent, by the way, stuff like DataGrip for SQL stuff, and WebStorm is really good if you're into writing, say, React or Angular apps. So all of those will be available. You can choose any product you want, and there's one for every member of the team, of course. If any of these prices are not redeemed by the team members, we will be raffling them off to the rest of you. So look out for that in the announcements. Wes, you had a couple of things to say as well?
Oh, yes. So you noticed that we've put up some nice Python Discord t-shirts, and those are amazing. But we can't actually pay for them ourselves. That's a lot of money. But thankfully, and I really need to thank you Patreons that make it possible. So we've got a bunch of Patreons supporting us over their Patreon website, and they're really amazing, and they make this possible, and we really would like to thank them for their efforts.
Yeah, not just this event either, but we use the Patreon funds to fund all of the events that we do throughout the year, and there are quite a few.
Yes.
So
we've got 12 of them at the moment.
Yep.
Oh, why? Something logged me out. I cannot log in, so I cannot actually name them.
But maybe they don't want to be named. They can stay anonymous.
Oh, that's true.
Anyway,
you can recognize them by their
if you like these
by their
events,
role.
if you like these events, then consider supporting us on Patreon if you want to see more prices and more of these kinds of big events. Because it's not free to get these t-shirts rolling. But, if we had enough Patreon funds coming in, it wouldn't be t-shirts. We'd be giving you guys, like hardware or whatever, something cool. Give you circuit pythons and a new mechanical keyboard or whatever to the first price. I would love to do stuff like that. But right now, t-shirts is what we can afford. So that's our what do you want to say? Our plug. Got to get a free plug out of these events.
Yes, and you need to thank people. It's really appreciated.
Yeah, we really, really do appreciate it. Also, the people who are boosting the community, thank you for that. That helps us as well. We have to have at least level 2 if we're going to be able to keep all these nice features that we want. So it's really, really nice. We love you all. Anyway, you're probably dying to hear who actually walked away victorious.
Yes.
It was really difficult to decide a winner here because there were a lot of really polished and complete projects competing. Not all of them are equally polished or complete, but many of them are really, really solid apps that have a whole lot of things going on. And so we'll start by announcing the third prize winner to keep you in agony for as long as we can. And we in third place, we have found the Inquisitive Investigators with their Rex Explorer app. I'll open it up here. Ves, you want to talk a little about it?
Oh, sorry, I was a little bit distracted by something going on in the chat. This was really cool. So this was an application that basically it emulates or it the old file systems that we used to have when we were young. I think that's true for all of us here in the reviewers section. And you can browse a file system. You've got editors in place. You can click on the files on the top, the file browser. It's really well implemented. It looks really cool. So yeah, it's one of my favorite projects. So,
hey Alex, what was your favorite thing about this project?
How complete it was. I think I mentioned flippantly that I tried to break it by doing things because it's pretty tricky when there's so many different interactions going on in an application like this. There's mouse interaction and keyboard interaction, all has to go to the right place, and this just really works well. I think that's worth emphasizing.
And what about you, Gabriel? What do you think of this?
I also find it really nice. I like all the styling is all like cohesive, and it's like all the features are really working well together. So yeah, I think it's a really good app, and I can see I didn't use it much. I just tried it quickly, but it's I think it's really nice work. So I don't have much to say. It seems to me that the code is quite well organized. I didn't dive a lot into it, but I think it makes a really good use of Kivy in a way that I didn't expect, because Kivy is not really thought to do command line applications or things emulating command line applications. But congratulations, because really good work.
Yeah, really well deserved placement here. Probably one of our favorites. It was really hard to pick who went first, second, third. We spent most of our time trying to figure out that. We all agreed on who our top 3 were, but to rate them was difficult because there was beautiful things about all 3 of them, and this one's no exception. Lots of features, reminiscent of nostalgic, and bringing forth lots of these old memories from when we were kids. It's beautiful. Really good README. Overall, this one was one of the projects that had the better code quality out of all of them, and the reviewers were really happy with the code quality in this one. So overall, these guys did a fantastic job. You got anything to add to that, guys?
No, I really enjoyed it. I think that's the most important thing. You want a fun application that's just overwhelming you, and I think that certainly worked out in 9 days. It's amazing.
So, Wes, you want to introduce our second place?
I don't. Can you do that? Sorry, I'm just was just doing something else. But
Okay. Yeah, I will. I'll get to that. So,
sorry.
in second place, we have an app that probably we thought may have been the most polished app in the CodeJam. A very creative idea that nobody else did anything like it, with some very surprising features. And we just absolutely loved interacting with it. It's Circumstantial Companions and their stone cutting app. And I will fire it up and we can have another look at it. Circumstantial Companions made this incredibly polished app. The whole user experience is just unmatched by pretty much anyone else in the CodeJam. It makes good use of these cool features, like you have localization of the language to other languages here. The graphical user design is absolutely beautiful. Lots of custom pieces, little animated thing on the menu. You have save games and imports. There's a link to the source code, and when you reset, you get a new kind of rock. Well, you're supposed to usually get that. Okay, and then you can cut something into the rock. Really,
So there's actually
yeah, go on.
there's actually a question I want to ask you. How does it feel when you're doing that?
It feels pretty good. I suppose that there isn't any. Okay, so when you click, there's this sound effect, and that's fun.
think you should-
And if you carefully click, you can probably sort of. But it feels a little like it's hard to control. If your intention is to hew something into the rock rather than to break through it, it's very difficult because it's so easy to get all the way through. And if I hold down, then there's no feedback, or like there's no sound effect anymore. The main thing that I'm missing here maybe is that I would like more tools to use on the rock. I think this could have been sort of almost like a paint application where you have a bunch of different ways to interact with the rock. You could, like have softer tools and harder tools and differently shaped tools in order to actually be able to sort of paint something beautiful. And if it had that feature, it probably would have walked away with the victory. But for what it is, it's fantastically polished. It's probably the best looking app in the entire CodeJam. What do you guys think?
Yes, I agree with that as well. So that's why I wanted to ask you about the feel. I think it's pretty satisfying to just slam your hammer against a rock and see the bits flying off into the distance.
I love the little bits. And I bet there's some really complicated maths that went into making those bits fly in a specific way.
You could probably port it to Android or iPad and use Vibrator when you use for haptic feedback when you touch the stone. So you would get like physical response.
That sounds super fun. I'd love haptic feedback on this. What do you think, Alex?
I can't really get over the main point that we said so repeatedly. It's so polished. I just think it's fantastic. It really is a complete application. There's nothing that I would want to change about it to make it more, except I guess to add that extra tooling to round off that final functionality to actually make it a real paint style app, like you say.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I guess I would stress in particular, I really like the little cursor.
You cut off there a little bit. What was that? You really?
I like the little touches, like the mouse cursor that's been cut. Like it's not hard to do, but it's really comes together well to make the application feel complete and its own thing.
Yeah, exactly. It looks great.
Yeah.
So that anyone got anything to add before we move on?
I think it's time for a drum roll.
It is indeed. I would like to say just before we do that it's been a pleasure to do this judge stream with you guys, with you gentlemen. I really appreciate you guys being here. But yeah, I think we should announce the winner, don't you?
Yes, I think we should.
So,
I think every...
the winner
Attention is Maxime.
Winter Code Jam 2020, Code Jam 6 at Python Discord is the Tactless Tricksters with their Morse app. Congratulations, guys. You've made a phenomenal app. Wow. Now it automatically paid Haydn. Probably shouldn't do that. Might not have the rights for that. So turning that off. Like autoplay on YouTube. Yeah, so what can we say about the Morse Code Jam app that Tactless Tricksters made? Anyone got any impressions to share?
There's so much in it. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Here, one of the things we really put weight on was, I think, how much content was in here. And so the first thing that strikes you when you open it is, well, everything looks like Morse code right off the bat. You've got a Morse code logo, you've got the Morse code background, and there's so much stuff to click on. We've got a training feature where you can literally learn how to tap out Morse code, where it plays the different Morse and that you're supposed to tap out the word program, for instance. And so you have to tap according to that, and then you can also listen to it. There's and then you're supposed to translate the Morse that you're hearing. There's this really clever use of icons. Good UX often uses icons to great effect. Here, instead of typing out and saying, oh, it's like an easy and a medium and an advanced version, what they are saying, sentences and letters, but these icons are so descriptive. It's showing the progress, sort of. You got to start to walk before you can run, and so on. And beyond the trainer, which is my favorite feature, by the way, there are countless menus and ways to navigate. See here, we've got several ways to navigate to the same place. Even on the same screen here, I can go to encode here. I can jump to decode here. I can go back to the menu. Everything's very responsive. And the calibration for the audio input. We've got a messaging feature where you can literally send messages. Even here, we've got these context menus. Hey, I sent me some more messages. The app is slow to refresh, though. You may need to hit the back button to reload messages. I'm sure you would have worked that out eventually. I love that you can sort of change the state of these on the fly. It's completely reactive. You can even play them if you want to hear what that sounds like. And the messaging happens through the web using this API that they bundled with the app. So that's a second application basically within the application. We showed earlier the ability to literally listen to Morse code and decode it on the fly. Super impressive. I will actually show that video one more time.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
This is a killer feature that I wasn't able to demo in the live thing because sadly I didn't set it up properly, but that's my bad. Here you can see just a YouTube video playing the Morse. And the recorder doing this live transcription thing. It's so reactive to see it sort of gradually figuring out what letter rather than immediately arriving at the answer. I mean, you could have solved this problem by waiting instead and waiting until you had finished listening, sort of. But instead, they have this updating live kind of thing going on. Beautifully implemented. Really good UX.
Yes, it really makes it come alive for the end user. It's,
exactly. So the end user shouldn't sit there and wait for a result. He should be seeing this sort of interactivity, seeing the app thinking. even down to the logo being Morse code. It's amazing. I mean, look, the O here literally contains 3 lines, and the M contains 2. They've highlighted sort of the relevant parts to create this cool sort of custom font. It's amazing. This is a really polished app. I was so impressed by seeing something like this made in such a short time, and it is our pick for best app of the Code Jam. You guys want to share your impressions with this?
Well, so when you opened the app, I wasn't sure what to expect, and then you get this massive screen with scrolling Morse code in the background. It just looks amazing. It just makes an impact when you open the application, and honestly, I did not quite expect that. So I had already seen the video, the demonstration video. It was posted in the discussion channel, so I had kind of an idea of what the application was about. But I thought that was it. That's already a really cool feature. And then you open the application and you see that, and there are so many features in there in just 9 days. Wow, that's just amazing. So that's my take on it.
Alex?
Yeah, I obviously don't disagree at all with any of that. I guess I'm also especially struck by it's a real useful application. Like if you wanted to learn Morse code, this is probably the kind of way you'd want to do it. I think that's fantastic. Like it's not just that it's been made to be a cool demonstration or something in the space of just a week, but it's a real complete application for everything that it does.
Yeah, precisely. I think that this kind of an application deserves to exist, and that really, it would be a shame if the team didn't try to share this with more people than just with us. I think this should exist somewhere, and you should be able to download it and use it, because it really is a useful application if you have any interest at all in learning Morse code.
I think if you put this on like the Android store or something, people would download it, because it's cool. It's already useful.
Yeah, absolutely. And you should consider doing that. I mean, Kivy lends itself very easily to do that, right?
Okay.
What about you, Gabriel? Got any thoughts to share?
Well, it's funny because a few years ago, now I remember, there was another Kivy app to learn Morse code, which was a lot simpler than that, but it was a little game. And I do remember that I did spend quite some time playing with it and learning the basics of Morse. And so it's fun to see that again. And this one is like, yeah, it has a lot more features, and it's much more polished than what I did see before. So I do like that they did custom widgets, like for the visualization that we are looking at right now, and they did use the KiwiMD widgets, and they implemented like custom logics for the Morse code. They did use audio decoding. They did use their own server so they implemented an API just for that. So I mean, it's a full-featured app, and I can't say I see any flaw in it. Like there are a few little bugs, like in the encoding, decodings. Of course, it's not like one-shot perfect, but it's considering the time that was spent to do that. Yeah, I'm really impressed, and I do like the touch of the logo, because it is the kind of things that the mnemotechnics ways to remember Morse. So the shape is actually part of the way you learn it. So there is a lot of thoughts put into this application. So yeah, I think it does deserve to win the game, to win the jam, and it does certainly deserve to be put in the world and used by people. So yeah, again, congratulations to the team.
Yeah, congratulations, guys.
Impressive.
Very impressed by a lot of the projects we've seen here, and I want to honorably mention 2 more projects that we had a hard time deciding whether or not to put in the top 3. I want to mention the Enigma machine that Amphibian Alchemists built. I thought that this was an excellent app as well. It very nearly made our top 3, but because of the steep contest with competition with these others, it just barely, I guess I would place it in fourth on my personal list. We didn't really discuss that, but it's an excellent app as well. It had a lot going for it, lots of features. Maybe one of the things that pulled it down a little bit was that it was a little bit hostile to the user. The time limit was maybe too short by default, and it was a little harder to figure out how to work with it off the bat. But it was an excellent project that absolutely deserves to be mentioned.
Yes.
We also want to make a mention of the Wandering Warriors project, which I think they had, maybe they didn't have any pictures. I will open it up. Who made an abacus. And there were also some really impressive features in this one. One of the things that we mentioned when we were looking at it was how it had used Kiwi's gesture support to allow you to draw cuneiform into a sandbox in order to make numbers here, and to then add those together, and the abacus would respond here. So very interactive and satisfying to click on everything, and even featured customization with different themes, ability to customize how many beads would be on the abacus, and it's very responsive and nice to work with. Another excellent app. Very nearly made the top 3, but not quite. I think that brings us to a conclusion. So do you have anything to add to that, Wes, before we round this off?
No, I just want to thank everyone who's tuned in and who's been active in the chat, asking interesting questions, and everyone who participated in the Code Jam, because it was an amazing experience to see everyone working on their projects. It really was a great time for us as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for the amazing applications.
I had a lot of fun with this. I'm going to try to find the time to compose a shorter sort of video that just shows the highlights, just some gameplay from each of them, maybe with a couple of comments, something like a 10-minute video rather than this 5-hour stream. Because not everyone's going to watch this 5-hour stream, but it might be nice to have something shorter to look at. And the Kiwi people have also said that the top 3 projects could be featured on their gallery. So that's kiwi.org/gallery. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
It might not be /gallery. Maybe it's more complicated than that. But
Yeah.
Dash gallery.
yeah, right.
No, I mean
Hashtag.
Hash gallery. So here we will soon be adding these the 3 winning apps, so that you'll have some exposure there too. Especially if you decide to finish this, we will add a link to the source code like here, and if you then keep the repo nice and clean and instructions for how to install, maybe you release something on Android, you can link to that in your README, and it'll be a nice way to sort of get the word out, because the kiwi.org page does see quite a few visits. So that's a nice little bonus feature for the winners, and again, congratulations to you guys, and thank you all for joining us, and thanks especially perhaps to the Kiwi team, and to you, Alex, and you, Gabriel, for taking part in the stream. I really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure from our end as well, I think.
That's good to hear.
yes, well, really nice to see all these projects, and to kind of judging them, and also being able to discuss them. It was really nice.
Yeah, a lot of fun. All right. Well, then I'd like to thank everyone for watching the stream, and we are going to round it off here. And I'll trigger the lovely intro video one last time before I shut down the stream, because I know you're all dying to see it. So thanks again for joining us, and I'll see you guys around.
Thank you.
Hang on a second.